at 6:35 p.m. and thank you for your attendance, councillors. I'd also like to, on behalf of the council, thank the government for coming tonight for our supper, and we appreciate this great community taking the time to come along. And I think we've got some additional community people there as well, so welcome as well. You've come a long way, so thank you. And thank you for being part of this trial and taking the council to the country areas. So hopefully it's interesting and it's entertaining. We'll see. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. This is a bit of sort of COVID stuff that we're dealing with wide so wide. So. I just said it was my okay, so moving on. Do we have anyone to a confirmation of the ordinary minutes of the 28th of October 2020? Councillor Edwards.
I'd like to move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 28th of October 2020 be confirmed.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burton. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, do we have anyone confirmation of the special meeting minutes of the 4th of November 2020 at 3:15? Councillor Hancock.
I move that the minutes of the special meeting held on 4 November 2020 be confirmed.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, if there's nothing else, we'll move on to declarations of conflict of interest. Okay, do we have someone to move on that basis? Councillor.
I'll move that councillor declarations of conflicts of interest be declared as they happen upon introduction of each item by the chair and prior to council considering the introduced item.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition?
Just if I can, I wonder if it would help if we included, and this occur at all future ordinary meetings.
We already have a resolution on the books to adjust the standing orders and bring that back, but we just haven't done that.
Oh, I see. All right, as it stands.
Okay, so the second is happy with that. And any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving to page 72. Item 5.1, Council Asset 236 Edward Street, Rome. I've got a question to the officer. Just the exact location there compared to the landmarks, please, for this. Whether the director or officer involved.
Yeah, you see the page 82.
Yeah, I've also got a subsequent question as well. This is the house, if you remember, that we purchased with the flood mitigation. Yeah. My understanding never been to the bank subdivision front.
Oh, exactly right. Council 2 years ago, the council was right. This property was discussed, we were going to put up for sale at auctions, and the levy bank was constructed across the back portion of it. So council raised, well, look, can we actually resell it? Then we're trying to negotiate with the person that purchased about the moving of the levy bank. So the question was asked, could we just cut off the back bit first, do a subdivision, so we've got the retain ownership where the levy bank is, so we're not getting the ongoing complaints from the individual, and then just sell the front portion. So the report's about that subdivision.
And is this the one that we bought in the last term?
It was in the last 12 months.
So the idea with this is that we're actually subdivide the land off, so this is taking the flooded section.
This is actually retaining a bit of the levy bank. So the concern was we sell the whole house with the levy bank in the back. You know, you could have horses grazing on it, all sorts of issues. The question was asked by council, can we just subdivide the back bit off, keep that, and then sell the front portion of the land and the house?
So point 2, authorise the chief executive officer to give the landowners consent to make a development application for the subdivision.
Yep.
So is that ourselves?
Correct, Mr Mayor. So even though it's council doing it, we still have to go through the town planning process. So to cut a block of 1 and 2 requires a regulatory lot applications.
Right. So basically, we separated and the house will just be by itself. Correct. Flood levy. Do we have any other questions? Do we have a mover? Okay, I think Councillor Murphy was first.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that Council 1 pursue a development application to subdivide land described as Lot 1 on RP 4380 into 2 lots, as shown on the attached plan of development. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to give the landowners consent to making a development application for the subdivision and endorse any other documentation necessary to facilitate the creation of proposed lots. And 3, if the subdivision is approved, offer Lot 1 being an area of 1,759 metres square with frontage to Edward Street Run, for sale by tender, and retain Lot 2 being an area of 2,255 metres square for the purpose of flood mitigation.
We have a seconder, Councillor McMullen. Just another question in regards to any of this land be able to be used if people want horse blocks or anything like that?
The back portion we retained the council and you can use it wherever you like. I mean, there is some maintenance stuff with the levy bank. We fixed off the other side of the levy bank and kept them off that. There might be some use of the land there, but council owns it. So.
Okay, we have a seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 139. Item 5.2, updated request for fee waiver Shan events. As per last time in the last council meeting, I declared interest on this matter, which I don't really have to say again. Is that correct, CEO?
Last.
Yeah. So on that basis, I declared that I would leave the meeting with this item. Take over. Yeah. Okay, item 5.2, updated request for fee waiver for shared events. All council get an email that I sent from the council has asked us to what benefits to the town would be.
Did you send that, Councillor McMullen?
I did, but went to
probably come up with councillor Guthrie to reply to.
I sent it this morning and then
I remember seeing it, I just want to see it again, so.
Councillor.
Rugby, 1915 Roman rugby race under CEO Village.
What time, sorry?
10:15.
That's a week.
The actual leadership. Yeah, for sure, go ahead, yeah.
So just wondering, if we were to approve, this, which budget would it come out of? Because it is like $7,750, so it's quite a substantial amount of money. So I just wondered where that would come from. I did note, I think last time that it might have come out of the sponsorship budget, but I think our sponsorship budget is getting a bit lighter on, because I think we gave.
Some
So the previous resolution.
what was the previous?
Well, the previous was on page 123, that was in 2017, okay. But the last officers report on the 28th of October. Sorry, the meeting on the 28th of October. It's recommendations to waive the fee, but I'm just wondering. The only reason I ask is that because last time I know in all the background there is where they took it out.
Page, through you, Chair, page 145 says the operation is not included in the budget proposed. Revenue that would be gained would be in addition to the budget, therefore waiving the fees would not impact the 2021 budget. We can't do that.
Sorry?
We've never done that when we've given sponsorship. But through you, Deputy Mayor, I was in fact, and I'll foreshadow this off, I was going to move a resolution to again lay this on the table for a fortnight, for it to come now to a briefing of council on the matter. And the reason that I will propose that is because there is positive history in working with this particular company on other events, but what's being proposed here today is different how it's been approached in previous years, and I think it's worthy of a briefing and possibly the engagement of individuals associated with it to get a bigger picture. So I'm happy to move that procedural motion if you're willing to seek it. Acting Chair.
Councillor O'Neill, what was your reason for laying on to seek vote?
So it comes back to a briefing of council so that we can engage with people involved with the event, and that can be the proprietors of Sheehan events, but also other people that have been shared in the correspondence that you've provided today that would gain support of the event going ahead. And I ask that because the approach is, it's not significantly different, but it's different how it's been done in the past. So if you're willing to take that procedural motion, I'll move it.
Okay. All those in favour of laying it on the table for fortnight?
For those reasons, and
For the reason contacting the beneficiaries nominated in the letter.
as well as the proprietors.
As well as the proprietors.
I'm Councillor O'Neill. What's the, there's not a substantial difference here between this one and the prior one? So it's
Through the Chair, there's enough of a difference for me to be moving a procedural motion to throw it back to a council briefing and to get everyone in the room.
Are you concerned about anything in particular?
I'm concerned that it's not the same as it has been in the last three events.
Economically?
Correct.
Economically?
Sorry?
From an economic point of view.
No, the approach to council is different.
Okay.
Did we took that vote, did we? We did a vote, we just didn't call it.
No.
You better call it out.
Okay, all those in favour? 8-0.
I guess part of that briefing will be about where we will find some budget.
Yeah, I guess so.
Potentially.
I think Robbie did.
Robbie would give, well, I think it.
You went the wrong way, so yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what he put. Okay, what's our next page? 147. 7. Item 11.1, run performing arts, request for approval. Do we have any questions? Do we have a mover? Well, Councillor O'Neill is first.
I'll move the council provide in principle approval to Roma Performing Arts Society Incorporated to replace the carpet and install mirrors along the southern wall of Studio 1 at the Roma Community Arts Centre on the following conditions. All installations are made by licensed contractors and consideration is made to ensure that the upgrades are safe, comply with any relevant building legislation and do not decrease the value of the building. This approval does not affect the group's responsibilities under their current tenancy agreement with council, and council has no obligation to maintain the mirrors or to replace the mirrors if damaged.
Okay, we have a seconder. Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 153. Item 12.1, council membership of DASB and under QWRAP. We have a mover.
Can I just ask
Please.
if someone could just explain it to me a little bit?
So this would have been the presentation councillors came presented here last week.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you may not have been here, sorry, yeah, so, obviously, the tax information there, there's a group of councillors there, they formed a group there, so with their funding applications, dealing with issues that face all local governments there, so basically they allowed us council to, leverage off each other for funding, work together on issues of course. I must apologise, I wasn't actually at the presentation, that Graham came with the slides either.
An example is, like if we need to get auditing done or something, we can join forces and share the consultant. So rather than each council trying to reinvent the wheel. So it's a very good collaboration, plus we get to help with our budget.
Any other questions? Well, I'll move that council note the contents of the report, continue And then seek to form, so 1.2.2. Point 3, seek to form a regional water collaboration technical group among South West Rock councils under the oversight of the Rock, without an invitation for participation by other DASB councils. We have a second of that motion.
Can you just confirm which part you left out, please?
Point 2, because, I believe we should go to the west, so the South West Rock we've got more of a connection with, so I think we need to move that way.
So for anyone who was there, it's an option to be invited.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
But it doesn't look like the one in the east is, there's members that don't want to be involved in it, and I think the future is in the west, for smaller councils.
from an ability to leverage off the bigger councils and say advantageous to myself.
Mr. Mayor, there was a conversation in the presentation that foreshadowed that many of the Western Council would actually be going to South West Rock, and that was actually in the presentation. So that was an acknowledgement from Downs and Surat Basin.
Yeah, there's one council that won't even talk to them in that, the one that we're in at the moment, so I think the future's in that the motion sets the standard that we want to head that way. You can be in both, but I don't think it's a good use of time to be in both.
But it's more, it's not elected member, it's the engineer.
Yeah, no, that's true, but, well, we did have a councillor that went to these meetings last time, I think, as well. Not necessarily a technical group, but one of these where we had to look at different options of managing the assets.
Just for clarity, Mr. Mayor, they were totally separate. What you're referring to is the advisory group through the Local Government Association of Queensland. And that's what Councillor Sheep attended on behalf of Council, but they were two very separate groups.
Well, he spoke to this about the privatisation that the council wanted to be and so forth. So
Spoke to the initiative.
Yeah,
But he didn't attend these meetings.
no, I understand the technical meetings would not be for councillors. Councillor Hancock?
Mr. Mayor, from what I read in the report and the officer's recommendation, the continuing the membership to DASB group is just for an interim until we can get the membership for the South West Rock group. And that is so that we can continue for the interim to benefit from the larger councils with more resources. So I just see this as just an interim until that, because correct me if I'm wrong, has the South West Rock councils, have they formed this other group?
It's formation.
So it's still in its formation day. From what I read from the officer's report, this is just that interim until that's formed, and then I'll assume another report will come to council for us to be going that way.
And just a point of order, Mr. Mayor, you haven't got a seconder for a debate to occur.
Yeah, no, good point, but I think that was just information that was being brought. Do we have a second for this motion? Okay, Councillor Edwards, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion or against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
I think the motion that was presented by the officer speaks for itself. The omission in the resolution that we're debating now reads continued membership of DASB group in the interim, which implies that it's short-term to continue the power of work that's happened in the grouping of these councils. And I acknowledge the fact that you've highlighted that there is one council out of the 6 that form the Darling Downs and Surat Basin group of councils that isn't engaged, but there are 5 others that have been. And I think it would be prudent upon us to do as the resolution that was presented by the staff in TENS, which is in the short term, being in the interim, we maintain our membership as the DASBAC group, and then we forge a new future for us, and that's to work with the South West Rock Councils and allow that grouping of councils to come together on the areas of water, sewerage and other infrastructure in that space, and then we deal with that at a later date. But I won't be supporting this resolution because it flies in the face of the power of work that our staff have undertaken on behalf of our residents in working with the other councils over such a significant period of time. And I see there being no benefit at all to not continue with that arrangement in the short term.
Okay, well, I'll speak for the motion. I think the motion clearly sets the direction, if council does support this, of heading with the South West Rock group of councils, that we've been working very well together. I believe that continuing the membership of DASB is Downs and Surrey Basin, and I don't think that's where our future is. So I believe the quicker that we make the decision to head west, basically the interest is in the ratepayers of the Maranoa, and we have more in common with the west than we do have with the east, with our population challenges and all the rest. And I think we need to work off each other with dealing with the infrastructure challenges we do have in this area. Does anyone else wish to speak or against? All those in favour?
Councillor Taylor's got a hand up.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Taylor.
Mr Mayor, I've just got one question. Does it cost us anything? I can't see a figure. Does it cost us anything?
That's something that I'll have to check for you, councillor. I'll have to check for it. There's nothing in the budget implications there, so.
No, we'll check this.
Yeah, I'd have to check for it. There is nothing in the budget implications there. I had to say one thing.
Councillor Guthrie.
Mr Mayor, I just noted out of interest that in the report, 4 of the 6 councillors were in support of the formal allowance. However, the Toowoomba Regional Council and the Western Downs Regional Council have not provided any response to that and have not indicated their actual needs as well.
So it's actually 2 councils. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak?
So just to clarify, Mr Mayor, on page 155, all it's saying is that the Toowoomba Regional Council and the Western Downs Regional Council have not provided any response on the matter. It's not saying that they're not speaking or anything, it's just they haven't provided any response.
I won't go into the briefing, but it was extremely clear of the position at the briefing from the officer that was there. Just pause for a minute to see.
Another question on the
Yeah, please go ahead.
How long, have you had any indication how long it's going to take for the new group to be formed and up and running? And if that's so, is there some, is there going to be space where we're not, we're just in lingo, we're not in anything, because like how long will that take?
The new group, South West Rock, is already in the process of being formed. It's probably the merger with South West Red that's going to take more time. So that will probably take to the end of next financial year. But as far as it, I don't think it's even already been talked about in South West Rock to form this. So it's well and truly on the agenda.
So where does that leave us in the interim? I guess that was going to be through Mr Mayor. Do you know what?
Probably prefer to grade that into page 150. 5 councillors there, the last paragraph there, the development is the South West Region Council has recently formed South West Regional Organisation Councils and have expressed interest in forming a group for a series of, in terms of dates and how it is, exactly.
Councillors, there's no cost for membership as such. If they do particular projects, we can choose to participate in the project and contribute to it or not. That's at council's discretion, but we are getting significant benefits at the moment from being able to collaborate with the other councils. They're actually sharing documents with us, things that we would have to start from scratch with, whereas we can tap into what councils with far more resources have and draw a piggyback off that. So Manager Graham's view is we would definitely like to continue in the interim, certainly moving towards this, but to be without that in that interim period is not ideal. Did I get that right? Yes. There's a couple of there's some documents that are about to come out, and if we're not part of that, we'll miss out.
Okay, well, I move we lay this on the table till the next meeting. All those in favour?
What will I table it?
To get more information.
I've just provided it this meeting.
Well, let's go then and vote. I move that we lay it on the officer is not here at the moment, so we can hear.
Sorry, I was just speaking to Mr. Mayor, that's what I relayed.
Okay, well, I'll withdraw that and we'll go to the vote. All those in favour of the motion? All those against? That's
5-4.
5-4. We'll do that again. All those in favour of the motion? All those against? 4-5. So that is defeated. Okay. Do we have any motion on this one? Councillor O'Neill.
I move that council note the contents of this report, continue with membership of the DASB group in the interim, and seek to form regional water collaboration and technical group among the South West Rock Councils under the oversight of the ROC, without an invitation for participation by other DASB council.
We have a seconder. Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? I'll speak in opposition. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? That's 5-4. Is that correct? We'll do it again. All those in favour? All those against? 5-4. Quite call for a division. Okay, moving on. Page 185. (12.2) Regional Domestic Water Connection Policy. We have a move. Councillor Hancock.
I move that council adopt the regional domestic water connections policy as presented.
We have a seconder. Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 201. National Road Safety Week 2020 participation proposal. Do we have any questions? Councillor Guthrie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I just ask if schools have been contacted? I noticed that on page 203 or 203, we've got online education programs in years 7, 8, 9, 10, and we've also got council sponsored number 11 drive education program. I'm assuming that that's going to happen in 2020. Have schools been contacted and are they able to be part of this, given that there's now only 21 more days of school left?
Councillor Guthrie, I've talked to a couple of the schools. You are right, the curriculum's obviously fairly packed in the week now. I would see that this proposal is more around financial year rather than calendar year, given that the budget is a financial year. So the intent was to, particularly around 9 and 11, to discuss with the schools, see if there's an opportunity to build it into the curriculum. If not, I certainly council's in a position to sort of try and push the initiative out, but use, at the very least, we could use the schools as a way to maybe send some messaging through PSC or something like that. So the preference would be to build it in. It is quite, it would require quite a commitment, so I am mindful that I've done a fair bit of research in this space as well, and some of the research indicates that, say, for point number 11 being the council sponsored, there is some value in actually the parents coming along with the child with their own car, rather than trying to push it, say, through a fixed curriculum being a school. So I definitely can see 9 being something that we can collaborate quite closely with the schools, but 11, the feedback is that they're far more successful if there's more of a family orientated process rather than, say, a school-based environment.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have any objection to running a program like this. This is fantastic. It was just that when you've got it occurring over the 15th to 22nd of November, planning one that's got to be pulled out and actually undertaken in 2021, so it's actually given a lot of thought, and it's part of the actually being able to adopt it with a very sensible approach.
So, Councillor O'Neill is next.
I did have a question, but Deputy Director Camps just answered it, so I'm in fact happy to move it.
I've got a question. Is the idea of doing it now because we're getting funding for it?
Mr. Mayor, the funding will be from council's existing budgets. So again, the intent is not to rush these programs out. It's more so that council's in a position during the road safety week to announce some initiatives, but the timing for a number of these can be delayed or moved until the time is to try and roll out, say, number 11 or number 9. Completely agree. At the end of the year, you've got kids trying to finish up their schooling, that they've got so many other things, sports, dance, all that sort of stuff. That now is not the time probably for 11. It would be you start the new year, let everyone get back into the swing of things. So the funding, there's no funding. This is actually a commitment council will be making to say we've been ahead about road safety. We've got the third longest road network in Queensland is what Maranoa Regional Council is doing to help make our roads a little bit safer in the area.
Campbell, do you have a question?
Just a statement, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Director Cam, I think that's a great idea, but it does make more sense that, because I looked at those dates as well, so that the announcement of this will happen, but not necessarily the 9 and 10, because there's opportunity there if it is too busy for the schools, and I acknowledge the schools are being hammered and very flat out, incorporated into some school holiday programs. So, because that could actually add value and benefit to the school holiday program as well. So there's opportunity to do that.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Before I move on, do I need a GL number?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you know, referencing the officer's report, so it's another, it's generally going in the opportunity recommendation.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I move that Council approve participation in National Road Safety Week 2020 as per the schedule included in this report, inclusive of options 1 to 11, with funding to be provided from the existing allocation within the Road Safety Operations budget.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. When I saw this report coming before Council, I thought it was a fantastic initiative that we should get behind. We, of course, the 9 of us here are leaders in our own community, and as the Deputy Director has already shared, we have the 3rd largest road network in our state. And when you look at the statistics of the number of deaths that we see annually on roads, thankfully not always on our roads, but on the road networks across Queensland and Australia, if we can do something to ensure that there isn't a loss of life of another younger person, that would mean, I think, the world to everyone here. And as someone in this chamber that has lost a very close family member in these circumstances, I am very honoured to be able to have moved what we can do here as a council.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Anyone else wishes to speak? Okay, we're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 207, 12.4, gas for industrial commercial development policy.
I couldn't hear that.
Sorry, just saying, I was talking to Manager Graham, he actually does prefer to bring it back to briefing there too, just to run through it there. There's nothing out of there, but he just wants to do the briefing.
Okay, do we have anyone to vote? Councillor McMullen.
Mayor, I move this lay on the table for future meeting for briefing.
Okay. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 12.5, endorsement of transport and development scheme TIDS work programme 2021-2022, 2024-2025. Councillor McMullen.
Mr. Mayor, I move that Council 1 endorse the proposed transport infrastructure development scheme, TIDS work program, noting that the 2021-22 council contribution amount of $1,633,500 to provide preliminary commitment to funding and contribution required for the 2022-23 and 2023-24 and 2024-25 program, $1,633,500, $1,633,500 and $1,633,500 respectively, subject to annual review as part of future budget deliberations. And 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to sign the project scope forms for project on the program.
Okay, we have a second to Councillor Edwards.
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the list of roads that are on the back, that's where all the money is going to go for the TIDS.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the list there on the back, councillors, is the draft 4-year program. The TID works on a 4-year rolling program. Obviously, you've got the current year, which is 2021. 2021-22 is fixed. The motion amendment today is actually adding the 24-25 program that council will be given opportunity in the next couple of years to continue to review it. So for the 2021-22, it is fixed because it's a 4-year rolling program, but we're essentially adding the 24-25 on because we're considering
So, Deputy Director, the Tommy Road is not on this one.
Yep, so Tommy Road's currently local roads and visual significance. Is that two items? What's that, sorry?
Because it's the.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a matter that if council wish to review the local roads and regional significance, it's something entirely up to council, but at this stage, you would probably need to add the largest autonomy for intervention on this road. There is some criteria, that's just what it is.
Through Mr. Mayor, Deputy Director Kim, my memory serves, was changed in the last term for Teal Road to be aligned with what he called to link up with the next significant road into the eastern side.
100% sure that's the one that I do. It is a factor, but it's not rather when you're looking at if Tommy's only to say council section that it's not, it is something that the regional road group looks at to
The Tommy Road doesn't link up to the next show.
yeah, it's just making sure that like the other councils in the other regions, so Sydney is Tommy Road on their last network, whereas Teal Bar may on their last network. So it's just one of the reasons there that they would.
From memory, Mr. Mayor, through Mr. Mayor, that it's not got our road, it's got to link up with the next shire, which will be, I might be wrong, but it can't have the kids road going to nowhere, it's got to continue on into the next.
So Tom.
That's why, from memory, taken off in front of the Teal road.
Anyway, I accept what you said next.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, I probably can't stress enough about the local roads of regional significance. I think there is an opportunity for a future briefing to make sure that network is, councillors comfortable with that network, because the TIDS program is one of the single-handed the biggest funded road programs. So if council has a particular vision for a particular road network or road, if you really want to make significant change on a particular link, it needs to be on the local roads and regional significance to be able to be eligible for the TIDS program, which is by far our largest road funding program for the state government. So I'm just saying that there could be an opportunity there for a future briefing to make sure that the current council, if there's a particular vision, the current last network aligns with that. So.
Okay, no more questions. We've got to move on to seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on. Page 222. Item 13.1, into Bruce Trap.
I've got a question.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Chair, Director Roll. If I look at page 226, which is a photo of the grease trap, what part of that's the pump? Well, that big thing's the pump. Yeah, but the reason I ask is because point 2 says that you've got to go out, and we've got to tell the community if we go out to consultation that it must stay in its current location in order to pump waste. The pump must stay. Which is
Must go to the ground outside where the things go in.
A pump's a pump. What you're looking at there is actually the grease trap. That's the large 1500 litres. It's quite a large thing, so I know it's a pump. It's a pump, so you can't see it. Right?
You can't see it.
Yes,
Right?
I can see it.
And yeah,
The pump is it?
The pump's there, you see the top of the pump.
Which is in the ground, is it?
That's right.
Okay.
And the other goes to the top.
three inches there, the big thing you can see is actually the grease trap.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
right.
get that, but I just wanted to know what the pump was.
It's
It's in the ground.
In the ground, yeah.
But is the pump under the veranda?
No, it's the one that you see that's just here. It's there.
You can't actually see.
What page?
Page 226.
And is it in the cement line?
Yeah. You can't just put nothing extras in top.
This one here? Yeah. So we could stay there, but the grease trap could be.
Mr. Mayor, it needs to stay there. It's the apparatus that is the one on the question as to where it needs to be relocated to or that just remains there.
Okay, so item 13.1, engine grease trap. Councillor Angle, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director O'Brien. I just want to clarify, is it actually cheaper to move it than build the fence?
I think it's a white set, that's right.
That's what other councillors have seen as well. That it's
No,
actually,
it's actually two parts. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The fence is to actually enclose the actual pump and the rubbish bins.
yeah, put a fence across the front, yeah.
Just to enclose them so that they're not unsightly from the road.
Yeah.
The actual grease trap itself can be relocated, that's what it costs us for.
Yeah, but the reason I'm putting the fence up is because because the grease trap was put there. And from what I can read here, it's actually cheaper to move the grease trap to out the back than it is to build the fence. I'm just wanting to clarify that.
So the resolution council just for the consultation at this stage. There's other things happening there we should be discussing as well too, so we don't know whether it's speaking or not. So we still do the consultation, just running with that. The two options there we've identified, we can reuse the existing unit. Confirm that one actually can be dropped into the ground. You just can't. We spoke about it last time. We had hoped there might be a possibility of actually dropping it in the ground where it was, but the builder actually was actually involved in that project. That works for us. And he actually remembers, I think, at the time, because he said you will not put that bridge truck in the ground to start location. We also spoke, there was that lawn area, and we had considered that, which would probably be the easier option. You'll see the attached letter has come to light that the arts group use quite regularly, and they said, look, if you're going to move it, we prefer it at the back, and they said that's fine, hence the costing. The total cost of those screens, they cancel up 3 years. We've looked at powder coating at different times. I think when we go out to the community consultation, I think we might, the feeling I'm getting from some of the community members there, that actually wants to simpler and not quite so expensive.
What was that, sorry?
The committee have raised that the actual screening, we do screen it, there's probably a better way to do it than what's being done. But yeah, so we just say, where it is, we screen it, or we can sling it under the building. We're proposing to drop it at the back and put the existing one in the ground.
So if council spent the money and went out the back, it would be like out where the car park is, isn't it? Yeah.
So in that letter, they were saying that West Oaks picturing in the car park towards the potential chip shed where they don't want it. But if it goes out, if you go in the back of there or directly behind that photo,
I was up there today, I found that building because it says to the west. What the group is saying, where we proposed last time on the grass area, that's to the west of its current location. So where it is in there at the moment, you go west down that side street on that northern area to the west. That's not what that's right. So they said, look, if you leave it its current location, we'll take it out the back. Walking in the back there, that's pretty much concealed right up to the garden and to the west of that building. So I think really the only location you can put it in the ground is probably, without interfering with the future museum of the light, probably put it behind that small museum that's not there.
Behind where, sorry?
Probably that smaller, council, that smaller museum there, just which is on the southern side of the main administration building. And that's the location we're suggesting there. That'll be part of the community consultation.
And is that, that can be buried in the ground?
Correct, yeah, the one, that's the existing unit, Mr. Mayor. It's not a new unit, it's the existing unit.
And can I just ask then the cost, just to clarify, is $13,564.32 to actually move it should be moved.
And drop it in the ground.
Yeah. There are.
Yes, please go ahead.
So in light of what the directors just shared, then the recommendation needs to change potentially for whatever someone wants to move, but we wouldn't want to proceed with the construction of the fence now. We want to go out of consultation on that as well, given the feedback that you've received.
Agree with you, Mr Mayor, I just remind people there's a resolution on the books, not to proceed with the fence.
Not to proceed at all.
Yeah, not with the fence, but in a previous resolution.
I will then track that bit off.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to move, that council, undertake consultation with the community via have your say platform with the two options that the grease trap remain in the current location. No, actually, I wouldn't have that. I'd actually have two will become one. The grease trap be relocated at the back of the block. So where do we need to say? Behind the, what's the name of that building? There's
Southern side,
What if we leave it open-ended, because we're going out for consultation, the community might have an area of paper for.
Otherwise, if we take it
Yeah.
number one, there's no consultation, they don't need to tell them one thing, so.
You weren't suggesting taking it
No.
number one, were you?
Yeah, I was, because,
You said take one.
yeah, I
I
was,
said you said flip them.
Mr.
Two
Mayor,
becomes one.
it's a bit confusing when you say number one, because resolution one has got split into one, dot point one split into one.
yeah, I was, yeah,
It's in the regulation.
I see that, A and B it should be.
Yeah, so.
Number one.
I don't see the value of why, anyway, let's have the debate. So, what, undertake a consultation with the community via the Have You Say platform with the option of the grease trap being relocated to the back of the block. What is that historical building called? Does anyone know?
Well, I would just say in the area between the hall and the visitor information centre precinct.
Right,
It's in the grassed area between the two larger compounds.
what, behind the historical building?
Well, I don't think it should go there,
It is
because if you're going to put your chips building
Mr.
there,
Mayor,
you're actually,
right, if you say the southern side of the building, that's very, that's,
another area.
yeah, that's,
Right.
yeah.
You won't have to
It's the same
if
side.
you go to the southern side, as council suggested there, you've got a bit of room there before you get past the car park, so it won't interfere with the other.
The other option was.
Just like to ask Mr. Mayor, to it's not clear, the third point in that resolution was to do with still actually putting some screening around those wheelie bins though. Is council happy with screening those wheelie bins on that?
Yeah, I don't have a problem, but I just thought we have a live resolution saying not to proceed with the fence, that's all.
No, council is right, I think that was to do with the screen around that. The grease trap.
Yeah, well, my motion is dealing with first where the grease trap goes and then the other can be dealt with. So, yeah, so what have we got there, Kel? The southern side of the block. And installed underground in a service pit at an estimated cost of $13,564 and 32 cents, including GST.
So we're not giving them the second option.
No, well, anyway, let's do this and then we can debate why.
But still got the, through Mr. Mayor. So really now the consultation is only to exactly locate the exact area, otherwise there's no option for them, so.
Well, the other option is having, you know, the community's already seen where it is now. We've had the feedback that they don't want it to.
So,
Yeah,
we probably need to just say, all we're going to have to say is to set on a set location. So, we'll say, for example, Council Taylor or the name there,
yeah.
but yeah, otherwise it's going to just go out to consultation.
Mr Mayor, I'm hesitant to say this, but I do think if we're going to have your say, we've got to give the residents the opportunity to be able to say that they are actually wanted where it currently is, because even though we've received a lot of feedback from people, that people feel very, very strongly that it needs to be moved. and maybe that's the overwhelming feeling. But there are people who have also indicated to me that they believe that it should stay where it is. So I think to be genuine in our consultation, we do need to have both options there and let it go out of I have to say.
Totally agree.
And furthermore, again, we're debating a resolution that hasn't even got a second.
Well, that's
It's
right.
still trying to work out what it is though.
But the argument that Councillor Guthrie just put, with all due respect, is an argument against the resolution. So you need to seek a seconder so we can have that debate.
We're just getting the wording right first.
That's where you're at the moment, and this point under here is.
Could it, Mr. Chairman, are you open to incorporating the words that Councillor Guthrie, just that the choice of two?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I believe that I've already had that, and I think also I'm happy to go back to.
I'm just trying to get certainty, Councillor, as to what the motion is.
No, I get that, but now, by the sound of it, the mayor is now going to go back to what the original motion was.
So I'm just wondering why also, I'm not playing, so I just want to know why you reduced it to one thing. That's all. Why is it back to one thing? Yeah, I'm not debating, I just.
No, that's all right. Well, I'm happy to go back to the original. Can we change that, Kel? But I'll go back to the original resolution. And I'd also like to add that consultation on the have you say, point 3 would be consultation be undertaken on the option of fencing the current location, which would be option 1, with the community being made aware of the cost. How much is the fence? No, we've got the here, so I think it's
It's about 16,000.
From the screen, for the screen.
No,
Point 4, what you're trying to do is all costings be included in the consultation of the community.
well, because we've got it in point 1, I would like to put in point 3, the costing of $12,500 be part of the consultation for the screened fence, leaving it in its current position. So we've got two prices. The community gets to see $13,500 to bury it, and $12,500 to put a screen around. Three goes.
You just need to clarify, Mr. Mayor, that was 12,500 is the budget, but that's actually not the cost of the fence that the community have said that they wanted.
Well, okay, I'm happy to put in budget of 12,500. Okay.
Just so we don't quite price the.
No, I definitely want to put the price, but I'll put the budget in as well.
And just to be clear, councillors, that amount there too was for the screening of the grease trap at its current location. The screening we were talking about was if we moved the grease trap, if we want to screen the rubbish bins off, and that would be a lot smaller area.
Yeah, no, I think that's a separate issue, because I've not had an issue with the screening of rubbish bins.
Putting the grease trap back there, because the main issue was the smell, wasn't it? You know, that's why it shifted. Putting it out there, is it going to get rid of the smell?
So yeah, good question, Mr. Mayor. There's two issues, councillor. There was smell, and there's also the complaint about being nice.
Yes.
In terms of the smell, when we actually did the investigation of the end caps, and a couple of pipes were cut off, and actually the grey water was actually flying to the ground. I've got some pretty graphic photos there of water that deep line below there. We've since put the end cap on it, locked off where it was cut off. That addressed the smell issue. I've been talking to the staff up there very regularly, and even again today, and they've been talking to the owners, that's essentially resolved that, just the smell.
The smell is
But it's,
not there.
and the second part of the complaint was it was an eyesore. So they're probably the two things, but in terms of smell, it was pretty bad there when we actually investigated underneath it. The NCAP had
It's
so
not overflow.
there was no NCAP to stop it, just lying on the ground.
Councillor Hinton.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. The only reason I'm going back to the figure is because I want to make sure that we're all on the same page and we're actually saying the figure that is the right figure. On page 230, I note in the report that the most popular option for a screening fence, so this was the result of the community consultation that's gone out for the screening fence, that the most popular is for the screening fence is the aluminium slabs. That is a cost of $16,797. So the community has already pitched the fence they want, if the fence is going to go there, the consultation's been done. That is a cost of $16,797, not $12,500.
I'd have to put that in, 16,797.
Is it?
And I'm just pointing out that was what the most popular option, 13 out of 16 votes voted for that option.
Mr. Mayor, that figure over there, how much it cost, that was the budget.
Yes, I understand that, Councillor McMillan, and I'm happy if you're going to say to the community that you only have $12,500 to spend on the fence, but I'm just making sure councillors are aware that we've already gone out to the community, asked them what sort of fence they wanted, they've told us what sort of fence they want, and the cost of that fence is $16,797.
But I also think, through you, Mr Mayor, I think it's worth noting, as Dr. Rob has said, there'll be actually a smaller area being fenced because you're not fencing the grease traps, you're fencing possibly just the rubbish bins, which is a much smaller area.
Well, all I would like to do is have one amount in there to show that everything costs money. So I don't mind which one.
I think probably the budget is irrelevant. I take Councillor Hancock's point. We actually need to know how much it's going to cost.
But we don't, we don't know how much until, because if we're going on just a meeting, it could be.
No, but this is really to do with screening of the grease trap.
Yeah, so
This
that's
is really
the
about
case.
the grease trap.
If that's the case, it should be the $16,797.
Yeah.
And we're going out to consultation, so they might come back and say, oh, that's ridiculous, let's not have that price, let's find something different. So it provides an option.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'm happy to second you, Mr Mayor.
Great. Do we have any opposition to the motion?
Could I just suggest, that we take council down and put that in point 1?
Excuse me, are we going to change it? A and B to instead of 1 and 2? Stop confusion.
Yeah, I'm happy.
We leave it that, but we just take on. Sorry, put that.
Where it's got 1 and 2 in point 1, it's A and B.
Oh, okay.
Is the seconder happy with A and B instead of 1 and 2? Okay, do we have any opposition? If no one wishes to speak, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay. Item 13.2, Christmas celebrations. I'd like to declare a.
There's two.
Oh, there's two, is it?
There's two, Mr. Chair. You've got the Labour Jim there, reallocating the Christmas party funding. This one actually is about those groups listed where they are. It's about those groups running their own.
So So it's nothing to do with the main street.
There is one related to me.
Oh, well, I won't be declaring anything. Righto, so 13.2, Christmas celebrations, do we have a mover? Yeah, Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I move that council approve a budget allocation for community Christmas celebration of $7,500 to be distributed to the 15 local community associations listed in this report. 2, the budget allocation for budget line item, local development wages, GL 2083.2001.0301.
Did you have something?
I was just asking CEO just in terms of wording that second point, that's technically right. Whether it should be a new word or another, and allocating funds from one to another.
So you did point 1 and 2, did you?
Yes.
Yeah.
As per the screen.
Ideally, this would be incorporated in the budget review that's coming later in the meeting, because it's between two line items, salaries and wages, and could I suggest, Mr Mayor, that, the mover, that council endorse a new work, council endorse the allocation of $7,500 for community Christmas celebrations distributed, so just as is for the rest, and that the funding be made available from local development budget as part of the upcoming quarterly review later in the meeting. Because we can do that as an amendment to the, it seems, we can just wrap it up into that.
So is the mover happy with that?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, do you want me to read it down again?
We could say noting that funding is available from the local development budget. Well, every resolution starts with that. In this case, it would be that council would be the first, and then one would be endorse the allocation of $7,500 to be distributed. Note, and then the council would note that funding is available from the local development budget, and this can be incorporated in the upcoming budget review later in the meeting. So at this point, council is satisfied itself that there is funding available. We're not doing something beyond that, but the process will be as part of the quarterly budget review.
Righto. Councillor McMullen, you happy with that?
Mr Mayor, I move that council endorse the allocation of $7,500 for community Christmas celebrations to be distributed to the 15 local community associations listed in this report, and that the council note that funding is available from the local development budget as part of the upcoming quarterly review later in the meeting.
And this can be.
What's that?
And this can be transferred as part of the.
And this can be transferred as part of the.
That available from the local development budget, and this can be transferred.
second that, Mr. Mayor, but Madam CEO, should we just lose the number 1 then?
Yeah.
And Madam CEO, should we get rid of the 4? Endorse the application of, endorse the application of.
So we endorse the application of. In that sense.
Okay, right. We have a mover and a second, or any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? If we're going to go to the vote, all those in favour? 9-0.
Too quick for me, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, did you want to speak?
I just want to acknowledge that I just think it's a fantastic initiative of council to support these groups to bring a bit of joy to their communities over Christmas. It's been a hard year for our region and lots of regions around Australia, but it's really nice that council could do what they can to bring that extra bit of joy to these communities.
Thank you. Item 13.3, raising land Surat. We have a mover, Councillor McMullen.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the council note the report.
Councillor McMullen, I'm wondering whether we could change, whether you'd be happy to change it, that we look outside, since there's no land available, whether we could look outside where next we could find land, whether you'd be willing to put that in as your motion rather than just noting the report. To look outside, like obviously around the town of Surat, there's no blocks, horse blocks. Where we could look, where is the how far down is the freehold?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I agree. I just note, I was going to raise in the report, page 247, that there is unallocated state land, and currently most of this land outside the town area is managed as part of the group network. So I too would like to have a look at that bit further out to see if there's any unused stock route that may be able to be used.
So Councillor McMullen, also what I was thinking about, is there a block that we, for instance, could buy and then split it up so people have horse blocks, a bit like a town common or something.
Great, Mr. Mayor. Director Roll, is the town common listed in the town show? And if so, because it was always, if so has some regular links over it.
Unallocated state land is, it's not there, so which is, as you said, we've stopped around when we can ask the question about freeholding that business. Yes. When it comes to stock around, so I've had a lot of experience with those, that's very abundant.
We do have a town, town common that the horses have been in. The only issue is, through you, Mr. Mayor, is a lot of people, the horses are worth a fair bit of money and actually don't like running them all in one paddock with other people within the town. So that opportunity to maybe make smaller blocks for, that are still around the size.
Mr. Mayor, the town common, that's freehold.
Beg your pardon?
Is it freehold or leasehold?
Well, it was just other options. We've been sort of told there's nothing, so looking for other options further out.
It's actually not on the map here. But it always was for people at the town common.
So what are you happy to move, Councillor McMullen?
I'll move the council with one note to report to investigate other land options in the town of Surat and surrounding areas.
Okay, I'll second that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? I'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, page 254. Item 13.4, Denise Spencer Pool Closure, Roma All Stars and Roma State College Annual Swim Carnivals. Do we have a mover? Councillor Burke.
Mr. Mayor, I move that Council 1 approve the request to close the Denise Spencer swimming pool to the general public on Saturday, the 5th of December 2020, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for the Maranoa All Stars Annual Swimming Carnival. 2, approve the request to close the Denise Spencer swimming pool to the general public on Friday, the 20th of November 2020, from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. for the Maranoa State College Annual Swimming Carnival. 3, advise the community of the closure through a notice at the pool and media release.
Okay, we have a second to Councillor Ladford. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, page 263. 13.5, Bassett Park Race Horse Trainers Agreement. Councillor Ladford.
I counsel that inform this meeting that I have a variable conflict of interest in this matter, and as defined section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009, item number 13.5, Racehorse Trainers Agreement. This declarable conflict is of interest arises because I am a committee member of the Road and Turf Club, and I propose to leave this meeting while this matter is being discussed and voted on.
Okay, do we have, well, you're leaving the room, so we'll have to vote on that one. So thank you, Councillor Ladbrook.
I think they have to go out there,
Councillor
so the
Ladbrook.
camera sees.
Yeah, Councillor Ladbrook.
Yeah, I'm just going to lose one.
Gotta get the phone.
Oh, let's go. We can shut the doors if you would like to. Item 13.5, Bassett Park Racehorse Trainers Agreement. Do we have a mover? Council, who was first? Moving pardon? Councillor Taylor.
We want to hear the microphone.
What you say?
I'd like to move that Council enter into a non-exclusive user agreement with racehorse trainer Jessica Lee Moran for a period of 3 years for the use of the track and relevant facilities at Bassett Park. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to file and execute the agreement and any other associated documentation.
Okay, we have a second to Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. We can get Councillor Ladbrook back.
He's using the
We'll just wait for a second.
You come down last year?
No. Are we going through to council business?
Yeah, keep going.
Are you having a break, Mr. Mayor, or are you just?
I'm just going to let Councillor Ladbrook so we don't miss, he doesn't miss. Okay, moving on to who's the name? Good. Item 14.1, replacement of options for Main Street Bridge in Wallville. I'd like to move the report prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a second of Councillor McMullen? Any opposition? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 279. 'Item 14.2, driveway footpath disability access for the Maranoa. I'd like to move the report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering, can we please make sure that the access for the disability parking in the main street is also being looked at when this report comes back?
Okay, so this is more for the home, but I think we've got one of those in the system already, haven't we, a report to come back about Mitchell and that?
No, that was a briefing and I mentioned it. So I was just wondering, while we're having a look at disability access, for driveways and footpaths, whether we'd be able to include the actual disabled parking in the main street. There's no access up onto the footpath.
Just ask Deputy Director to come forward because there might be some implications here as to driveways.
Where's the no?
In the main street, so there's disabled parking, but then there's no ramp to get up onto the footpath. They actually have to walk around the front and come across.
You look at Ruby's where the one in front of the chemist shop, did you have a ramp?
So I've just been told by a community member that they have a mother in a wheelchair and they get them out of the car and they can't get them up onto, there's no ramp. So there's more than one disability parking room, I understand. So there's only one in the whole main street.
Well, through you, not asked the officer
I guess I don't have that exact information on me at this stage, but there's one over some over in the library as well, so I don't know about Main Street, but no, there's one over near the bakery as well, I'm pretty sure, so.
Yeah, that's not gazetted, but well, I don't believe it's gazetted. It's a big bay, it's not being gazetted. No, the big one next to the, up against the garden, that would be ideal, but to the best of my knowledge, it's never been gazetted as a disability park.
Councillor McMahon, what was the one to do with the chemist you mentioned?
There's one in front of the chemist shop, double one, all built to spec, and they're a plastic ring. So you can push them up on the footpath.
So there is a ramp there.
Yeah, but that's the best of my knowledge, it's the only one in the main street.
Councillor Hancock, so, well, I'm happy to put in the report we read for an upcoming council meeting, including CB. I'd rather keep it the way it is at the moment.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't have to be, yes, Mr. Mayor, it doesn't have to be that. I would just make an overall, while they're having a look at disability access on footpaths, could that be just included?
Can I just ask, which driveways are we talking about here? Is this driveways to private residents?
Yeah, private residents where they have ended up in a wheelie walk-up or a wheelchair, and it can also be footpaths as well as, as I put in there, it could be some NDIS funding that might be able to be accessed.
So we were in a meeting, Mr. Mayor, where the question was asked about NDIS funding, and that's not what it's for. It was very clearly advised that that's not an option.
No, actually, what I'd asked about was funding for footpaths. This is not footpaths. This is actually personal access for the person that doesn't have the access now.
Yeah, but it's a similar concept.
No, I was actually asking about constructing footpaths, and the person said it'd be only if the disabled people constructed footpaths. So, totally separate kettle of fish, I believe. Okay. So it could be that we have but anyway, I don't want to go and talk to it. We've got to move in a second.
But I guess we just need enough. What was in your mind, Councillor Guthrie? Because driveways is a big.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Director Cam, we had a briefing a couple of weeks ago, last week before, where you actually showed us lots of locations where there are footpaths now connected to our road. And one of the comments that you made was that even though there's footpaths, it's really hard for people pushing prams, etc. So maybe I'm asking you to clarify what you said, to actually then be able to access all of the footpaths because there weren't lifts to people's roads. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the briefing we talked about there was showed council the network of footpaths. What else I was trying to highlight there is instances where there's footpaths
stopped
and there's no curb.
And there's no curb to get onto the road, so push prams, etc.
Essentially, someone with a wheelchair or a pram would need to push over a curb, which could be stand up, which is quite steep. That's really what I was highlighting more is there is opportunities for further connectivity in them instances because you can have a footpath that sits behind the curb.
That's right.
Now, you've actually got you've got to go through there.
So it's footpath connectivity. It's probably the driveway word that's causing confusion
because are we going to assess every driveway in Roma?
There's
This
a lot
isn't just about Roma. So, yeah, I guess I understand which driveways.
Well, let's have the debate first. We've got to move in a second.
Mr. Mayor, can I just clarify? My crucial was the mobility, was why I seconded it was to get a report to be prepared for an upcoming council meeting to be able to have more information about mobility, particularly in driveways and footpaths.
So is that personal driveways?
Well, I'm happy to have that brought back with this, if there's driveways that people are not able to get access out, if they're in a mobile
We just have a lot of driveways in Maranoa.
So, Councillor Guthrie, well, I think we're getting derailed here. We need to actually have the debate. Are you happy to?
I'm happy to have this as it stands.
Right, okay, so let's have the debate. Well, I'll speak to the motion. So, councillors, I have had situations where I put customer requesting for people that actually have disabilities, are in wheelchairs, but need some opportunity to maybe fix a driveway. So you don't have to fix every driveway in Maranoa. It is not that sort of thing. It's for people that actually ask for a driveway so they can get an electric vehicle or wheelchair across. And as I have put in the report that I'm asking for, there may be some NDIS funding, no different with that when they can fund by a chair or other things, or it may be that we do that. And it could be that we're in a situation that this would form a policy, so if a disabled person or someone with a disability had needs that needed something to do because they can't access their property or they can't access the community, that we have a policy to deal with it, whether it's shared funding, whether whatever it is, because the people that I'm talking to just want council to be able to handle it. And it's not hundreds of people, but they are in a vulnerable situation. Some of them may have never been in that situation in their life before, and I believe that this report would bring back where we could look at a policy that could look after the disability needs of people. Okay, would someone like to speak against the motion?
Sorry, just for clarity, Mr. Mayor, could we just add a little bit more wording there, because it does need to be in regard to private resident driveways where there is a identified need. So this is not for us to go across every driveway. This is where a resident identifies the need, and that the report might review potential funding opportunities. Because Mr. Mayor, you need to understand that the person who is writing this particular report may not be in this room at the moment. So we would not waste a lot of resources if the person is not preparing the report that you need them to prepare. So we need enough detail so that that amount of effort is not wasted and that we're achieving the outcome that you need us to achieve.
Well, private residence driveways or public footpaths, because one can be that there's a bog hole in the footpath and they can't get their wheelie orchid that actually goes through the front gate. So it's really about can they access their property, and I've had multiple requests.
So in regard to private resident driveways, to be able to access their property?
Yes.
Property or public footpaths where there is no delegates, and the report review potential funding opportunities. So there might be a range of funding pools that we could potentially access, and a community support person might be able to provide guidance about that.
It could be that, yeah, but anyway. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, would you like to add to it? I think we need to review some of the so-called disability ramps we have raised last term of the council about coming from Minaroo down Barnes Street, because there was a shared recess there. It was accepted that it was wheelchair accessible, but it's not. They can't, when they push them at the bottom of the project, just review that. I don't know how to do it, just review existing ones.
Well, if we had a policy and we had, it's already got footpaths in there, so if someone had an issue that this might come under it.
Might, Mr Mayor, and I know we respect all the officers, but when a person goes out to do a report and they see it taken on the footpath, what they believe is a wheelchair access, but in actual fact it's not working because when the wheelchairs go into it, they hit in the bottom and they can't get it out. So it's a bit more than just looking at it saying it's cut back.
The 3 years, they probably predated it.
Standards.
Yeah, that's probably, we're looking at it, the standards, that is wheelchair access.
And if we just added in regard to a potential policy, sorry, I'm at the first line, Cal, for an upcoming council meeting in regard to a potential policy. Driveways to enable them to access their property or public, to enable them to.
Just to the Deputy Director, was there anything that you were bringing forward? Because we did have a briefing about this, so is there anything that you did from other reports that were coming back to the council?
Mr Mayor, there's a current report for Mitchell to have a look at. Mitchell, there's a resolution in there to look at the CBD Mitchell, so we're working on that at the moment, but not something on this line there.
So Councillor McMullen, what did you want to add anything, or we haven't done that?
Okay, just to review, whether you call it existing wheelchair access, but the average person, I'm not they go along and you see it take it down, they might just take it, but it's acceptable for a wheelchair.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I picked up a fair bit from that discussion the other day about this. I've talked to my staff about potentially getting a wheelchair, throwing kilos of sand in it to actually genuinely test it. What I would normally see first is we identify some key routes, Penaloo to CBD, Maranoa to the CBD, so identify some real key routes where there's a high potential. And if we go and look at every single crossing, there's 500-600 of these, we need to look at this more strategically and say which are the ones that the council would like to prioritise, and then that's different. So I think that would be the logical step, is to prepare a prioritised map of, at least we could say, because you could run, for example, Penaloo over St John's, then into CBD, at least you can confidently say there is a disability link all the way through. We then go up to the hospital. There's obviously some clear drivers that tells you generally where the drivers are. That's what we're doing. So,
Councillor McMullen, have you got any suggestions?
I'm happy to through Mr Mayor, Deputy Director King, oversee it like you just said, I was happy with him.
So you don't need to change this?
Having a basic right agreement,
Okay.
Mr Mayor, the reference to the public footpaths, I'm comfortable with, I probably will bring it back to the strategic public footpaths, not just every single public footpath, so I just think that the enormity of that scale will never get any meaningful benefit.
Could we put the word strategic, access their property or strategic public paths?
Well, yeah, as long as we like, you know, one example is that the footpath involves mobility walkers, so we need a bit of material, so it can be one end to the other. I'm happy to have both in there. As the mover, is the,
I'm happy to see.
yeah, okay. Any opposition?
Excuse me. So can you just clarify what's happening with the disabled car parks, like, that we're talking about before? I mean, I know that it's not.
Well, can we look at that for next? Yeah, well, just, yeah, maybe next time. Yeah. Okay.
Can't be part of it because it's part of, it's a strategic public footpaths.
Right, well, I think that's enough then.
Yeah, the one I raised about
Yeah.
the parking
Yeah,
with the footpaths, well, it's still getting on and off. For disabled.
I think the officer has good understanding of the issues, so.
You're talking about what I raised, don't you? Disabled parking. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I think I was asking that question of Councillor Cullen, because there was an issue with disabled car parks in the CBD.
I think the mayor's worried that it might trigger a conflict with him, so you might need to remove him.
Just clarify.
I'm happy that what I raised is part of this because we've also told the officer to sitting on the
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak to this? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. .3 Sponsorship support for Injured Retirement Village. I move the report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Is there a question? Please go ahead.
Is this concept is something that you've developed, or it's a proposal that has come via Pinaroo, who is running the facility?
No, it's something that I've suggested. We did have a meeting up there in the Injured Retirement Village, and I suggested that I would take it back to council to see if there's support for it. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Please go ahead.
What does $10,000 get in terms of ads across a 12-month period? How many ads is that?
Well, that will be part of the actually getting a quote, but I'm comfortable that you can buy advertising for that.
No, but you put us, it's been quite specific, $10,000 for a 12-month TV promotional. How many ads is that over a 12-month period?
Well, that would come back in the report, but 10,000 would be the budget that I would be asking for council.
Oh, so you just picked a figure?
Yeah, but I'm pretty well close to the mark, yeah.
Yeah. To what though?
For television advertising for a 12-month period at some level.
What does that get you?
Well, it'll come back in the report.
Well, then why specify a figure?
Because that's approximately how much we're looking at, because someone could come back with $200,000. So that's what I'm putting forward. Okay, we have a mover.
Sorry, we're going to need to bring up that detail into the resolution, because at the moment it just says I would like the council to sponsor that and then a report be prepared. So we need to incorporate that into the.
Sorry, I've got another one.
Please go ahead.
Is this about giving Injune Retirement Village / Pinaroo $10,000?
Yes, with the plan that they would use it to sponsor a 12-month program to increase the viability and the numbers, if the numbers go up in the retirement village, they are self-sustainable. So this is about bringing more people from a wider area that want over 55s living, independent living in Injune.
So in the executive summary, maybe the best place the proposal is for council to sponsor that in the amount of $10,000 for a 12-month promotional campaign, etc.
Please go ahead.
So it is just for Injune Retirement Village. Are we looking at finding out right around the Maranoa if other retirement villages need assistance? Because if that's the case, when you have more of a Maranoa plan, like how do we know that what about other towns like?
The fact is that council has sponsored Injune Retirement Village, and this is an initiative to be able to reduce the need for sponsorship by council by getting them more customers through the door. And I don't believe at the moment we're sponsoring any other retirement village that I'm understanding. So this is about actually reducing cost to council by getting people on their own 2 feet as an organisation. Okay.
I've just got another question.
Please go ahead.
So is the intent to get a report back to them, endorse something, to then tell Pinaroo that we're going to give them $10,000 and it has to go towards a TV promotional campaign?
Yes,
we're going to instruct them.
It would be a sponsorship, right?
But they're not seeking this from us, is that?
Mr. Mayor, can I answer this? In our term, we've actually given enough money this year, and the letter that came in for that report was from Pinaroo saying that because of COVID-19, they had been unable to source and advertise as they intended to try and maximise capacity at the retirement village. And that was what we approved in previous resolutions, that we acknowledged the fact that they would have done it, except that COVID made it very, very difficult. So I'm assuming, and this is why I've seconded it, is because we are provided with the opportunity with the financial contribution to be able to do what they said that they wanted to do and they were intending to do anyway. This is just extra encouragement or financial encouragement to enable it. Because at the moment there's a lot of vacancies in the retirement village. That would be great to fill.
So we've given them, but no one remember how much we've already given. And that was the reason that we gave them, was because they couldn't afford to do it, but we gave them money to do it. Are we giving us, oh, sorry.
That was to cover the operating
What
costs.
you just said was that they couldn't do the marketing.
Advertising. Sorry.
Okay, let's have the debate. Do you have another question?
I do.
Please go ahead.
Because I'm not against helping the mayor run the harvest. But are we in a position as a council to dictate to the group, we're going to give you money, but it has to go towards X? I mean, surely we should be looking at what are the best options to advertise what is an asset in our community for Injune, in this particular case, for aged care. It may in fact not be TV. So I don't have a problem with 10K, I don't have a problem with helping them grow the numbers, but it seems very specific. So,
I believe that, let's have the debate, that's the question.
But that is your intent, is to direct Pinaroo that we're going to give you 10K potentially, it's got to come back, and it's got to go towards TV advertising.
I wouldn't use the word direct, but sponsor a television campaign for 12 months that will bring people from far outside the region. And if you do that with radio, you cannot do that unless you spend multiple radio stations. And this is an opportunity for the ratepayers of Maranoa to be able to help a great facility grow and prosper.
So you spoke about that, happy with that?
Yeah, I brought it up at the meeting and I said because if they get up to, I think, 12, they're very profitable. They're about 4 or 5 at the moment, and I think they're making money if they get up to 7 or 8. So if we can fill the numbers up, and there's plenty of people that would like to, it's a great facility. So this is an opportunity to get ahead of the curve. Okay, so let's have the debate. Okay, so this is an opportunity. We've got a multi-million-dollar facility that council was a major contributor to supporting building this facility, and this is an opportunity to spread the word far and wide that over 55 independent living is available at Injune, and this can only have benefits for the residents of the region and further afield. Does anyone else wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote.
Sorry, just where the executive summary is, I would like, could you just put the proposal is for council to?
Did you wish to speak on this?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say, I think it's a good idea because, the facility in India has been in so much trouble for so many years. I think it fosters people are hesitant to use the facility if they find out something, the body, like Peterborough, have taken it on. Peterborough have got a real track record, and my understanding is the Indian facility is the only one in Maranoa Council with there for a long time. Everyone else is talking about very interested today. We've got to
Okay, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 14.4, Railway Historical Cemetery. I'd like to move a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook, any opposition? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 14.5, PCYC Maranoa Roma. Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
Sure. I'm just a bit confused with the PCYC, it just seems, shouldn't this be part of their thing? Like, all I hear is it's a big cost to go in and use it, kids aren't going there, now they're not running, so what does actually PCYC?
So that's why I actually asked for a report. So we can get that.
Well, actually, Councillor McMullen was first for a seconder.
I don't second on this.
No, but do you have a question? Councillor O'Neill was second. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
I think we need to add more than just running programs because, like I say, I'm not lost what they actually do.
I would expect the update on the operations and current programs from PCYC Maranoa. So I would expect that.
Okay, item.
Sorry, just so clarity, there's something else, could we have a separate resolution if you're seeking specific?
So did you want me to put the details in the resolution?
So, no, is there enough in the executive summary to answer Councillor Burkett's question?
So that's a program, does that cover the operational thing as well? Because it just
Proposal to investigate operations.
Proposal to investigate current operations at PCYC Maranoa.
Right, yeah, so I wasn't got the details of the sorry. Yeah, that's.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Burkett?
Yeah, just give it a
Okay, item 14.6, crime in the Maranoa. I'd like to move the report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Second to Councillor Edwards, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. Please go ahead.
Well, I just wonder if we need a bit more detail for the officer to prepare the report, Mr. Mayor. I'm not against it, I'm just wondering if we need some.
There's a letter attached that I would hope that you've received, and that's the basis You never received the letter. It was circulated under a separate cover. I think everyone's about the crime and so forth.
When was it circulated?
Well, I'm not sure, but I would imagine the last few days, because I was given a couple of letters and that was one of them.
So I don't have a problem with it. I just wonder if we just need to give a bit more direction to the officers to how, what. So,
Well, there it is. The copy was, correspondence was circulated on a separate cover due to privacy reasons.
So it's a report being based on the letter.
Yeah, the feedback in the letter.
I've just found a copy of it, so I might just email that councillors just so you have that in front of you.
And had we received it? Does anyone else recall it?
Yeah, I think,
Something comes to mind.
I circulated it to everyone, I think, on the day that I received it. From my memory. Okay, Councillor Edwards, are you happy with that motion? The report be prepared for upcoming council meeting based on the feedback provided in the letter.
Yes.
Sorry?
It comes from the 3rd of October.
Have you got it there now? Did you say 30th October?
Is that the same one?
Oh, yeah, the English one.
We received, we have received that.
Yeah, I received
Okay, we have a movement and a second. Is there any opposition to the motion? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Oh, hang on.
Same thing.
No, it just,
Oh, sorry.
He's voting for the top.
Item 14.7.
Mr Mayor, can I make a declarable conflict of interest for this one, please?
Please.
I'd like to inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest for item number 14.7, neighbourhood centre proposal. It's defined by section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because of the past current working relationship I have with Daniel Wales, who oversees this particular program, this gaming community program. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to the matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, or must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Okay. Do we have anyone to move? Please, Councillor Taylor, go ahead.
That it is in the public interest that councillor participates in agenda item 14.7 because of reasons of the following decision will be made in the public interest.
Okay, can everyone hear that? Yeah.
I can agree.
Okay.
Councillor Burkett.
I second.
Seconded. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. I'd like to move that council enter into a 12-month agreement with Maranoa Gaming Community based on the feedback, based on the proposal that Maranoa Gaming Community have put forward to council on a 12-month trial of running a youth facility, drop-in facility for the Maranoa to deal with the issues to do with youth crime. We have a seconder, Councillor Edwards. Please go ahead.
Mr Mayor, I'm not against this, I'm just worried that I really agree with the report, be prepared for it, because just a comment that was made by Daniel was that council would be responsible for structural and some maintenance, and I just feel that we need to know how much that cost is, because to just enter into a 12-month agreement without knowing what the actual cost will be to get it up to the point where they want it, I think we need to be responsible to know where we're going to get that money, because the moment we say we're going to enter into a 12-month contract, they're going to want us to do some upgrades, and we don't know how much that will cost. And also, just to clarify, as part of the report, I assumed that they wanted the whole building and the whole land, but then Councillor Guthrie shared with me later, and she's like, no, they want the new bit. Like, there's just a bit of not exactly knowing, and so therefore we don't know exactly the cost will be to the ratepayers. So I'm just a bit concerned about just entering in without knowing all the details of it.
I'm happy to change the motion that council enter into negotiations for a 12-month agreement. So, and obviously it's going to come back to council. And entering negotiations, and then somewhere, Kel, we need to put in there with report back for council for ratifying, signing or whatever. As, to your point, Councillor Hancock, that was just tag and testing, which to me is very minor, and they were talking about structural issues, but my understanding is, you know, they weren't major things. They were said they were happy to do all the cleaning for the facility and so forth, so I believe they were more maintenance things than capital things, but this could come back in the negotiations and the report, so you get to see what you're going to agree to.
Just if we need to, Mr Mayor, so you're on the same page, and you know. But my other query is probably to Madam CEO, is I'm just wondering if we can actually do this before we consider another report that's on the table later in the meeting. I'm just wondering whether we should be laying this on the table to later in the meeting.
Well, it's a bit like chicken and the egg, I think. What's your view, CEO?
We did talk a bit before, Mr Mayor, potentially sort of combining the items if council so chose.
To close the other.
Yeah, there's but I think if this goes ahead, then it's sort of academic, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, we've got a mover and a seconder.
Could I just finesse the wording a little bit?
Councillor Edwards, was it Councillor?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I wrote down.
Well, I thought you actually. Yeah. Are you happy with this wording? Yeah.
This point 2 just needs a little bit of a tidy up. A report being brought back to council for consideration following negotiations.
Was to specify, Madam CEO, to specify a final agreement.
Well, it's not final until the councils have a look at it. That was my only thinking for consideration. Because there might be something that comes out of those negotiations that comes from left field, and council goes, oh, I'm not very comfortable. Collectively, sorry, you know, that council's not comfortable with, so.
I understand that, but I think the urgency of getting this in place is really urgent, so I'm happy to bring it back, which makes sense, but I do believe it needs to be I don't think there will be issues, but I do think council needs to see it, so I would like to see that.
And just type up in Maranoa. Last 2 years. The other one.
The next line down.
Third line.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yeah, so Mr Mayor, I think if we're saying that we're entering into negotiations, we're doing that with the intent.
Right.
We're meeting negotiations.
Right.
My concern was that previously we have been provided a fairly big report on all the stuff that needs to be done to the neighbourhood centre. So that's in the back of my mind, and so that's where my concern is.
I went to the tail of the inspection that day, but didn't our builder had a look at that? Was he there that day as well?
Our builder's been 3 years to now, builders, about 2 go through, 2 building inspectors go through it. And depending on how much of the building we need, and which part of the building it is, so we have had some figures there to do the whole building, which is quite significant, but the way the resolution is worded there, we'll do the negotiation, we'll find out exactly how much they need, and then of that big amount that we had, we might be able to scale it back, depending on how much
So might be another inspection.
So my understanding is they would like the new room at the end, the new part at the end, and really just slowly, as they improve it, they go backwards. But the old part is a lot of money needs to be spent, or much more money. So they're really looking at what they've got, and the feedback has been that is the best part of the building, the new part.
Yeah, they just get the kitchen, I think that is the other dimension was the kitchen that they're going to be, but I can cost that up.
That's part of bringing it back.
And I also think too about those negotiations, it's about how council can work with them to, you know, they want some community members to come in and help fix stuff up as part of the project. And so that's fantastic, I love that idea, but we have to make sure that they can do that under council. Like, I just want to look at all that, Mr Mayor, is to make sure that it can be actually done as the committee wants it to be done.
The good thing about the non-for-profits involved are very used to doing things in a certain way, and I do believe that they understand and will work with council's needs as far as the way council does things. So.
I'm just mindful of, I think it was Councillor Hank's point about the item later in the agenda. Did council want to bring that forward and consider it as part of this item?
You mean at the same time?
Can't resolve to join them together because they're the same topic.
Well, one's a commercial.
Does council feel, does council want to go into closed for that particular item?
What you mean now?
Yeah.
Well, I think we've already talked about it, so that's all we had closed. So.
I'm just wondering whether in this particular resolution, even at a minimum, that you note that there is another item within the agenda that deals with this matter.
Procedurally, through you, Mayor, there are going to be an agreement that will be tabled for us to consider on this particular matter. Wouldn't it be prudent for that other matter that you're referring to, procedurally, that it just lays on the table, because we don't know what we don't know at the moment, and this agreement may cause us to think differently on other things, and so if this is due to come back in a fortnight, then we deal with them at the same time then.
No, that makes sense.
Because you're making a decision based on a hypothetical at the moment, because no one knows what the agreement is.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. Is the seconder happy with that as it's read up there?
Just a couple to Maranoa Gaming Community.
That's what I should read out again.
Okay, I'd like to move that
What's the situation with the report being brought back to council, time-wise?
Well, would you like to put in next meeting?
Which will be the next ordinary meeting.
Next ordinary meeting?
Through Mr. Mayor, going on the other point, if there's a time allotted on that, we just say next meeting in case we have to have a special meeting for that.
Well, yeah, I'd like to deal with the other motion tonight, one way or the other, so I'd like to deal with it.
If there's an urgency on that, it could be stipulated here.
Yeah, well, I think I'll be having a report back to the next general council meeting, Helen. Ordinary meeting.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to make a decision later tonight. It's a late confidential.
Anyway, let's deal with this one. Okay, well, I'll speak for the motion. I think youth crime and disruption and dysfunction is an issue in communities, and I do believe this is a wonderful opportunity for council to make their mark with the feedback that we've been getting from residents and obviously looking at the sadness of the different situations, that this would be very well needed in Roma, and the group of professionals that have been involved in this group certainly have the interest of youth at their heart, and that's why I'll be supporting this motion. Does anyone else wish to speak or against? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 14.8, maintenance at the Roma tennis courts. I'd like to move the report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder?
I've got a question.
Please go ahead.
To you, Chair. Has this been logged as a customer request by representatives of the tennis club?
I have put it in the last term as far as that's from my memory only, but this is about, I would imagine it's not the footpath, it may actually be part of the reserve that is not used but it obviously is on tennis court land. So so where the tennis courts are, it juts in, so it's not on the footpath, and it's in that area in there. And I believe that if we ask for a report and if we approve maintenance of it, that would be a big help for the tennis court.
And a follow-up question. So, Mayor, a representative of the tennis club has approached you that this is of concern to them?
Yes, correct.
And so we've got a failing here if this is a matter that's going into our customer request system, because this is creating a terrible precedent that councillors bring back what is a customer request. So we need to look at the standard issue, which is why hasn't this been dealt with, and or if it's not policy, why hasn't it come back to council if, as you suggest, Mayor, you logged this as a customer request in the previous term of council?
Well, just for your benefit, Councillor O'Neill, it's my memory that I have done that. But I do think that it is outside the normal. It's not just a footpath that needs dealing with, it's possibly private land that needs mowing. So I do believe it's something that a councillor could bring back in his councillor report.
Through this, I'm just looking at the map so I can see what you mean. So the fence is set in about a metre or two all the way along.
Yeah. So it's not a footpath or
it's an extra 2 guns would be just
should be mown anyway.
So through you, what you're seeking is to identify, because I don't believe it is private land, you'll identify whose land it is, who has the responsibility, and then a report come back as to whether council believes it's their responsibility to maintain that particular part.
Or council would like to, as you know, a sponsorship or whatever. When I say private land, I might mean a reserve for the tennis court.
Private land is private land, not government land.
If you're on the side, on the shaded area, like, you can see the line of the fence and then the boundary line is nearly the width of the actual footpath, half the width of the footpath in.
Yeah, okay. Councillor McMullen, did you?
just going to ask how you see that.
Must be on the map.
On the new mapping. No.
Okay, so we've got a mover. Were you happy to second that, Councillor Edwards? Do we have any other questions? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote.
There's a typo happening.
All those in favour?
Can I just ask for clarity again?
Sure.
The executive summary just simply says, do we want to do it? How do we ensure that staff are going to identify whose land it is, who's got the tenure, and whether it's ours in the first place? How do you include that to make sure because the report is just going to come back to say, council consider whether they mow it or not?
Well, generally, our reports we get back are quite detailed and I'll normally put that in.
Just going back to the topic, can we just articulate, I know what Councillor Annie is saying, because we do footpaths a lot, so is this a particular area that the officer needs to look at?
No, from the footpath, so the council footpath we mow already, okay? So from the footpath to the tennis court fence.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's probably
That's
two.
not how that sounds, but.
No.
Well, the footpath to the tennis court fence.
Because the tennis, what you're saying is that the tennis court set fence is recent, and I know it is now, and that strip of land they're leaving, obviously.
It's in between the fence and the footpath.
That's the council land.
Yes, okay, that's helpful. Consider mowing the section between the end of, between where the footpath ends and the commencement of the fence.
Mr. Mayor, from what I'm hearing now, under our council policies as far as I'm aware, footpaths, inside that line is facilities. I'm assuming I'm pretty certain council own the whole facility, the whole block. That's facilities. So that section, I won't go into detail now, but it's another thing that needs to be changed in the fact that because it's not a footpath through that
But that's because Councillor McMullen, they'll be mowing a footpath on a right on, and it looks like they'll push mower to do that extra.
Oh, it's a reasonable size.
Anyway, that's a discussion.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. 14.9, the Parthenium weed issues. I'd like to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladd, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
Just a question, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Is this all over Maranoa or is there a specific area of Maranoa?
This is in the northern sector where the Parthenium has, according to the landowner, has spread. But I'm happy if you'd like another area.
Well, it's just in the executive, so otherwise, and once again, the officers need to know.
Yeah, I'm happy to put him to the northern sector.
So this is, can we be a bit more specific, because that could be the northern part from the highway up.
It's from Roma up through to the northern extremities of the Maranoa.
Right.
Where the office, where the resident is quite.
It's not just the resident, you drive from here to park it on the sides of the road. You can actually visit and see it growing.
Okay.
So we're probably going to cross over there between main roads and this is council, we're talking. The resident raised this about a council area.
Sorry? This has been raised by a resident, hasn't it?
Yeah, by a resident in the northern sector, up on the way to Mount Moffat.
So is it all through Biomount? We're asking staff to go everywhere, all through every road?
It's up that, the continuing councillors will remember where you went for a site inspection.
Yeah.
It's right up.
In saying that, I agree with what you're saying.
I think you know the one.
I do, I believe that a lot of our areas need looking at, it's not just footpathing. A lot of our roads, I'm not saying it's, but there are roads more than those.
Yeah, but how big do you want this to
Well,
be?
can we start with the northern sector and then go from there?
It's just maybe, I think like a briefing session of council.
Yeah.
It's all we control, because how you look at it, when I started working with Brendan 25 years ago in that northern area, it's really good part of him. And I would like, it'd be a good opportunity to get some feedback from the council about how you want to tackle it, because previous councils have said, we want to, how much resources you want to give me. Previous councils have said, we want to concentrate on the areas that don't have it, we want to get a little bit of it, try and contain it, and push it back up, and try and get on top of it. So it might be good, new councils, it might be good next time.
I think that's a really good idea, councillors. Could we lay it on the table until you've had the briefing about it, because then you understand the size of the scope of work.
Well, I'm happy to do that, but really, the big thing is, this is about where council has inadvertently spread Parthenians.
It's not draw any conclusions, but the matters.
Well, no, you don't think that they will come out.
Yeah, I think go to the briefing first before we jump to the conclusion.
But yeah, the point I'm saying is, as the Deputy CEO was saying, I'm not talking about the whole Maranoa, I'm happy if council want to have that discussion. This is about where something is being brought forward, and obviously that's the idea of getting the court to deal with it, to get, the road to the rubber. But I'm happy to lay this on the meeting till, lay this, please.
Do you go one of two ways? Do you then have this particular one that you're responding to, and then have a briefing for a general?
I think you need to consider it in context. Councillor Maranoa will affirm it. I think it's very advisable that you look at the whole thing first.
I've got a question.
Please go ahead.
The executive summary says a resident has contacted council with concerns of Parthenian weed issues. When it says council, is that they contacted yourself, or they contacted council and lodged a customer request in relation to the matter?
Yeah.
It's an ongoing matter. It's been elevated.
We're going to try to anyway, I mean, and there is some legitimate, not just in that area, there's legitimate arguments,
And both Councillor O'Neill contacted me and CEOs and contacted other council staff. So, yeah, I don't mind, but this needs to be, I believe, dealt with separately in the total, what do you want to do with Parthenian and Maranoa?
And how do you deal with this? I don't understand what the approach is. What's the report going to do?
Well, I think that the report would have to be the feedback from the resident, as well as has council inadvertently spread something, and how do we stop it happening in future? How do we deal with the, if that has happened, how do we dealing with the outbreak of the Parthenian? And you would get all that information if you ask for it.
May I ask a follow-up question? By tabling this report, it's suggesting that we're agreeing that council has inadvertently spread the public. Isn't there surely there's, if a customer request has gone in and this is what's been claimed, there's a review going on internally to ascertain whether
it's a verbal one.
Oh, it's not a CR?
It's an ongoing matter.
There's definitely
I think
CEOs.
you know that.
Yeah. Well, I'll move with this matter lays on the table until after a full briefing on all aspects to do with weed issues across the Maranoa.
Yeah, including the northern sector.
Including the northern sector.
Yeah, and then that will pull in this, and if council wants to bring forward any particular action or site inspections or anything like that, that gives you the opportunity to do that.
we make it specific if we want to do it. That's the, yeah, I mean,
Yep, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I think I actually started to move it, but I'm happy to withdraw that so you can move to lay on the table, councillor O'Neill. All those in favour?
No, if you've already moved something, then that needs to be considered.
No, we moved to lay on the table on a stop because someone else said something, so. So I'm happy to withdraw that and we'll do that.
We already have,
Yeah, move it, so
Yeah,
you can.
then the mayor started to say lay on the table and you get checked.
So let's do the vote on laying on the table. All those in favour, as councillor O'Neill.
Is that with that wording?
Yeah, as councillor O'Neill moved. Yeah.
So what's the briefing going to be?
So I just, through you, Mr Mayor, I just probably wouldn't be, new council probably be getting a bit of feedback from council in terms of, with our ways, to give you an idea of how much we spend, where we spend it. The council might throw a bigger budget, just in terms of how we prioritise our areas, how much we spend, how we go about it, so, we can certainly help with future budgets there as well.
Well, councillor O'Neill, is it your understanding that the issue from the resident would be dealt with in the briefing as well?
Yeah, that's what I said. Did I?
No, it doesn't look like it's up there.
Oh,
But you understand this, you understand.
that was my intention.
There's a CR there, I'll be back and find this. I'm not aware of what you're talking about, I don't have the letters.
And council may well want to invite that resident to provide input to that as well, like a deputation or something.
Okay, moving on. No, we moved to lay it on the table.
we already had a move in a second.
Yeah, and then mine was a procedural motion and they were rules of.
So we need councillor O'Neill move the vote to lay it on the table. Yeah.
Councillor O'Neill, does that mean there's
Following a councillor briefing.
covering all areas of Maranoa, just as it is there?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Where is the mayor and council in that? Because
They moved something, they moved
They
second.
moved
Huh?
They moved the report initially.
They moved in second, but no vote was taken.
That's right. Then I moved to procedural motion.
Well, we better do that vote
that's a
again. Just to double check, it was 9-0. This is laying on the table vote.
It was 9-0, you called it.
Yeah, did I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, can I request a 10-minute recess?
Item 14.10, road maintenance concerns, and I'd like to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting.
so about what, Mr Mayor?
Well, as I've got the details, local roads in the northern sector requiring different guidelines so as not to create erosion for council and landowners. And this is in the same sector up there and part of the same issue. We have a second of councillor Burkett. Any opposition? We're going to go to the vote.
Sorry, question.
Sure, please.
So, you guys might know where that is, I don't know where that is.
Yeah, basically the northern sector, Mount Moffat Road, that area up there, right from basically heading out of Injune into
Still a little bit of,
Womblebank, Mount Moffat. Does that give you enough information, councillor Hancock?
Yeah, so what are we asking to change the policy?
Yeah, to have a northern policy where we have different ways of doing things. Any other questions?
Is that, alright, so is that enough information, I guess, to?
So you're aware of this issue?
We just need to put something up there, Mr Mayor, because at the moment it just says road maintenance concerns. So that's what we're trying to add.
Okay, in the northern sector,
We just put the details and request the general sentence goes right.
what was that, councillor?
Sorry, that's what you've got written in the details, request
Yeah.
This goes back.
We just put that up.
Can you tell us?
Yeah, so
What's that?
Kel, can,
How to speak typing.
Executive summary.
can we put the executive summary is in there still, isn't it?
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Just read the phone where it says a resident has contacted the council with concerns about road maintenance, like.
There's a lot of CRs in the system.
Well, just through you, Mr. Mayor, the new council, CEO, not to relations with this person.
It's been allocated to me.
Okay. What you work on stuff is?
Yeah, no, it's with the mayor now. It's not
So, because my only concern is that if you're saying a resident has contacted council with concern, so we're focusing on one resident, whereas we want to focus on the whole area.
The one resident has a lot of information about that whole area, and the resident actually took multiple councillors on a bus trip for the whole day and showed us a lot of issues in the last term, and this will be focusing on those.
Yeah, and I suspect there might be another, much like we did with another example a few weeks ago, that this is probably going to be one that requires a site visit.
Thank you.
Okay, no other questions, we're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, can we have a 5-minute break? Let's resume.
So what are we doing?
Well, councillors, if we could deal with, I'm just aware that we've got some residents from Mitchell, and if we could deal with, because they're actually driving back to Mitchell tonight, which is a heck of a long way. So I just would like to move that we deal with C4 next. Request to waive water charges. Assessment number 12008167. I've moved that we remove that into the, that's the close, C4, page 93. That we deal with that one next.
Can we go into class, deal with that, then come out and deal with it?
No, well, I think we've already talked about this in close. Yeah, so we're going
to need some more information sent through that we might need to talk about in class.
Well, does anyone have any questions they need to talk about in close?
You need to first, I'll second your motion to change the agenda.
Okay, all those in favour of changing the agenda? 9-0. Now the question is, does anybody have any questions that are not answered in the report?
Well, have you seen the updated email, Mr. Mayor?
I did hear about the updated email. Just talked to the director about it.
So we're not in close?
We'll have to go to close. Yes.
Two.
Does anybody wish to go into close?
Has everybody seen the information?
Well, if we don't, we'll deal with the issue.
Councillor Hancock, do you have that handy?
I do. Yes, I do. I think so, yeah. Councillors do too, so.
So if councillors do want to ask questions, we can go into close, otherwise we're going to deal with the issue.
I guess the question I would have to make that decision, Mr. Mayor, is does the Director Sharon have anything that you would like to tell us in closed?
I know everything, my questions at this stage.
Thank you.
So no one wishes to, we'll deal with the issue. C4, request to waive water charges, assessment number 12008967. I would like to move that council grant a hardship concession in accordance with section 120 I and C of the Local Government Regulation of 2012. On the basis of the reports we have had from the entity on financial hardship, 2, that council that this is in the best interest of moving forward with relationships between the Gungari and Maranoa Regional Council. Do we have a second for that motion?
It's an error in the section number. It should be 1C. 1, yes.
Is it? Sorry. 1C, is it? Okay. Councillor Edwards, any opposition to the motion? Okay, because I'll speak to the motion. So, councillors, this has been going on for such a long time. I believe that the people involved not only have shown a commitment where they can to try and get this bill down, but I also believe that this is very important for the future development in the Mitchell area of the traditional owners. And tonight, councillors, you have the opportunity to change the future of what happens with the Mitchell community and the Indigenous owners of that region. So my view is that we take into consideration the financial hardship the organisation is enduring, make a decision to clear the debt so the transfer of the assets can happen, and this would put a new future and a brighter future for all of the plans that have been spelt out of what the Gungari people would like to do. Would someone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Taylor.
I just like to say that I'm not prepared. I just like to say that we're prepared to waive the interest and the legal charges on this, but I really do believe that they should be paying for the water, which is a total of $8,400.06. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, but I really do believe that in the interest of the ratepayer, that they should be paying for their water.
Okay, would anyone else wish to speak for the motion? Would anyone else wish to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks very much, Chair. I agree with a lot of the things that you've just expressed to the meeting, but I think there's an opportunity here as a gesture of good faith, as Councillor Taylor has alluded to waive the interest charges that have been put upon this debt, as well as the legal fees. I think it would bring it back to a level playing field right across our community for people that use, in this case, the water, the treated water, and therefore I think there is an alternative way forward, and we would be illustrating our support to this particular matter by waiving the interest charges, because that was one of the issues that was raised with us when we had the representatives meet with council only a handful of weeks ago. And so therefore I cannot support the resolution as you presented this evening.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for or against? Okay, I'll sum up. Well, councillors, we have the opportunity to change the future of the Maranoa, as I've said before, and the good work of the people of the Gungari that have been doing in Mitchell and have plans for the future. I believe that the hardship and the distressed state of this debt is holding back the whole region. And Maranoa Regional Council works closely with the traditional owners, and this is something that the importance of this has been highlighted by our residents from Mitchell. Traditional owners have taken time to drive 2 hours over on the basis that they're, I'm sure, hoping for a resolution to this matter tonight, where we can move forward as one community. So on that basis, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Carried 5-4. I'd like to call for a division. Okay, moving on.
Late over.
Yeah, we go to late over. Just might break for a second. Okay, L1, Primary District Injury Information Centre, Chris Smith.
Can I make a suggestion we do the urgent one?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Okay.
But who's identified the urgent?
Right.
To identify the ones that lie on the table.
No, before though, then council. I'm sorry, 5 and I did identify that Christmas party is quite urgent to start that day. But again, I don't believe you have briefing on it, so I should it's up here.
Okay,
Do we have to move on?
yeah, and well, how about we just lay them on the table, mate? Can we do that? That's quicker. Sure. We'll just break for a second.
Sorry, Director Sharon just wanted to explain to them what happens from here.
Yeah.
But we need to get Sharon report which priorities as well.
Yeah.
So if you could just bear with us.
Well, why don't we just start with this?
What are you chasing? It's a frog. It's going to start to go away. So you just chase it out there.
Going about fishing.
It's in your bag.
So these will be laid on the table.
Can I suggest, Mayor, that we don't systematically go through and lay things on the table? Do the matters that are urgent, and we must, it is only now at 10. If we can get back to them, we should deal with them.
Okay, well, okay.
Just thinking, my Maranoa Christmas
Okay, I move that we deal with L4, L6, L7, L6.
Just add
I said it.
So L4, L6, L7, and L8 in that order.
and then LC4, isn't it?
And LC4. Okay, all those in favour? 9-0. Okay, we're on to L4. Okay, L4 Maranoa Christmas Party, I'd like to declare a prescribed conflict of interest, as I have a business in the main street, and I will be dealing with this prescribed conflict of interest by leaving the room while this is dealt with.
Sorry, probably just need a little bit more information that's described.
You've been out
Yeah, I, Kenneth Tyson, will inform the meeting that I prescribed conflict of interest as a result of a retail business in the main street of Roma that may or may not be affected by this item. And as a result of this, I will now leave the meeting room while the matter is considered and voted on. Is that enough?
At this hour, as well as some community benefits for
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You know.
not retail anyway.
Okay, L4, my Maranoa Christmas Street Park. Is there any questions before we start? Everyone's happy? Any questions, Councillor? Okay, Councillor O'Neill?
Actually, before you do that, I think I need to do a declarable interest. Sorry. Well, not because of the Christmas party, but my husband owns a business that may be involved with the vouchers, but it is an overall benefit. So it's just declarable. I think that is back to the legal. So I just want to be safe. Oh gosh.
It's really hard with Sarah.
I, Councillor Joanne Hancock, informed the meeting that I had a declarable conflict of interest as a result of my husband, Graham Hancock, and my parents, Paul and Rachel Karamazini, owning a retail business in Surat. My relationship with them is Graham Hancock is my husband, Paul and Rachel Karamazini is my parents. Their interest in this matter is that they have a retail business in Surat. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias, because I believe this is This is a benefit of the whole community. Not just
Isn't the shop local element though? Yeah.
Every retail business in Maranoa would have. So does that make it an ordinary? Or do you think it's prescribed? I'll just prescribe.
Just to be sure, I think.
I, Councillor Joanne Hancock, informed the meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest as a result of my relationship with my husband, Graham Hancock, and my parents, Paul and Rachel Paravicini. Their interest in this matter is that they own Surat Post and News, which is a retail business in Surat. As a result of my conflict of interest, I will now leave the meeting while the matter is considered and voted on. I don't know if there's other businesses.
Well, I'm not in the main street.
No, it's not more than that, North Councillor Hancock.
You have to do that. That washes the street repeating itself,
Yeah, I just thought that I'm not in the main street.
No,
CBD.
It's shop local, so it's anyone in retail, I think it's probably captured. Right. Maybe just to be on, it may not be, but just to be on the safe side.
You remember what Councillor Hancock just read out, just remember that?
I councillor, later informed the meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest, and as a result, I have business in the main street.
Sorry, it's probably not described in that, I'm just thinking it through, so it's not a contract, is it? It's not a contract between council and any councillor or related parties, there's just a benefit, but just to look after yourselves, you might want to.
Yeah, as a result of my conflict of interest, I will now leave the meeting room while the matter is being considered and voted on.
Just so we're clear through you, acting chair, is that a prescribed conflict of interest or a declarable conflict of interest you've just put on?
Prescribed.
I think they're probably all three and probably
Declared.
Now I think about it. It's just hard to tend to
Well, councillor Hancock, needs to be consistency.
Yeah.
So all three need to be prescribed or three.
Just, if you're doing that, Madam CEO, is there declared a declarable conflict of interest? Councillor Hancock declared a
That's why we're
prescribed.
asking councillor Hancock to come back in, because
But can I just ask Councillor Labour what he said prescribed?
but we did think about it before he left. And we
Councillor Hancock herself would have to declare it.
sorry.
She's not in the business.
We just think it's
Declare rules of place associates as well.
However,
I'm happy that
that's the only difference. Sorry, I think we.
The cheat sheet I
is or relates to a contract between the local government and a councillor or a close associate of the councillor for the supply of goods or services or lease or sale of assets. And it doesn't relate to an application for a grant of a licence, permit, registration, approval or consideration, but it's declarative.
It is.
It's not described. Do I need to adjust it?
So, actually, Chair, sorry. You guys sit back in?
Are you happy to be sit here?
Yeah.
Take 3. I, Councillor Joanne Hancock, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest as a result of my relationship with my husband Graham Hancock and my parents Paul and Rachel Paravicini. Their interest in this matter is that they own Scrap Post and News Proprietary Limited. As a result of my conflict of interest, I will now leave the meeting room while the matter is considered and voted on.
Yeah, I think you need to, because when I asked Councillor Laddle to clarify whether it was a declarable or prescribed, he said prescribed.
Have some of that more that chicken. Here, that'll get us finished with her. I'm sorry.
This one here, L4. Christmas party.
Council, for the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest as a result of
L4.
As a result of my conflict of interest, I will now leave the meeting room while the matter is being considered.
You just got to state what the interest is.
That I have a retail business in the CBD. That's it.
Don't go too far. The mayor's left the room, Councillor Hancock's left the room, and Councillor Ladford's left the room. We've conflict of interest.
So I'll just go get this straight. If they into this, school life, so oranges. Is that going to be a clerical?
I know, I do it.
I don't really understand. Well, I've read this, Christmas party, basically going to participating in school. So that, yeah, so that could be a clerical.
When you're ready.
I inform this meeting that I have a clerical conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150E of the Local Government Act 2009. Note that my interest is as follows, that I sell oranges on premises in Dale Street, which will participate in the Christmas street party. As a result of my conflict of interest, I will now leave the meeting room while the matter is considered.
Just for clarity though, Councillor Edwards, there is the resolution is that there is no street Christmas party.
Oh, sorry.
All good. Councillor Edwards is leaving the room as well. Oh, okay. Okay, Councillor O'Neill, you're going to move?
I'll move the council.
Hang on.
Do you have anything? You're not retail.
No, got no business.
I'm retired, that's why I'm sitting here.
Really thought you're right.
I'll move the council, due to restrictions imposed by COVID-19 pandemic, replace the My Maranoa Christmas Street Party with a revised My Maranoa Christmas 2020 campaign that incorporates both an economic stimulus component and community Christmas cheer element. And two, use the budget from the My Maranoa Christmas Street Party work order 20485. And three, that Maranoa Music Incorporated be granted permission to position themselves in front of the large Christmas tree on McDowell Street and play to the public on a Saturday morning, 5th of December, as part of the My Maranoa Christmas 2020 campaign.
Sorry, question. Are you second? We've told this, but is it if they choose to go on to another Saturday, if they choose to go to another Saturday as well to an extra news day, are they allowed to do that, or they just chose to do it one day?
I'm not sure whether they actually chose to do that one day, but I guess it could be incorporated as in the Christmas cheer campaign, or you could add the wording that Saturday and any others negotiated with you.
Are you happy with that?
And
I'm not sure they might be able to do one.
yeah, I'm not sure because I wasn't part of negotiations.
I'm just getting all festive.
So, given your point, unless there's a reason why we need to give them approval to do this, right? With the second and through the chair, point 3, I'll just remove on a Saturday morning, 5th of December, so it will read and play to the public as part of the My Maranoa Christmas 2020 campaign.
Happy with that.
And you're happy for it to be any day of the week?
No.
What was the new resolution, Kevin?
I've just taken out the words on Saturday morning, the 5th of December.
We've got a mover and a second. Any Anyone want to speak for or against the motion? Okay, I'll put it up to the vote. All those in favour? 5-0.
The third document to the public. See what it says, public, and then delete on the Saturday morning.
That was a quick one. Don't make predictions.
Well, I didn't say that quick.
Okay, we'll go to 6. L6, agreement to use Maranoa Water Tower. Do we have the mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that council resolves to enter into an agreement with March IT Pty Ltd ACA 165285728 for the use of part of the Strat Water Tower and associated land for the installation and operation of telecommunications equipment other than by tender or auction pursuant to the exception under section 2361C of the Local Government Regulation 2012 Queensland. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to enter into an agreement with March IT Pty Ltd ACN 165285728, subject to the final terms and conditions being satisfactory and not restricting council's ability to provide services as a public utility. And 3, accept that the annual fee be set at $1,800 per annum plus GST.
Just double check whether that was C6.
Yeah, sorry, it is. Yeah, thank you.
What, sorry?
6.
L6.
No,
No, it was the act. I couldn't.
Oh, sorry.
The line is really hard.
Yeah, it's hard to read.
Yeah.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L7, page 36. L7, landowner consent application for environmentally relevant activity on stage 2B of Maranoa Flood Mitigation Project. So roughly where is this?
Through this event, just round here, round the inside. Well, essentially, council understanding, so similar to the one earlier, is the
Councillor Burkett.
Mayor, I move that the council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to sign required documentation, including the provision on landowner's consent for an application for an environmental authority, ERA 162A, stage 2B of the Maranoa Flood Mitigation Project.
Okay, we have a seconder. Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Moving on to L8. Ground Communities Program Extension for Maranoa Water Supply Security, Strat and Gilbar Townships. Request for variation of the funding. We have the mover. Councillor McMullen.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the council authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to sign the request for variation for the Surat Gilbar bore projects funded under the Drought Communities Program, extensions to extend the project end date to 11th of June 2021.
Could I just make a suggestion? We already have it to the end of March, don't we?
Yeah, that's right, but
So-
that takes about 3 months.
Yeah, so it's just so that we don't run into a conflict with the existing resolution, could we say that we extend it from from that date to this date. Because we're really just asking for the additional approval, not the whole lot.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
Yeah.
Councillor Birkin, any opposition? Does anyone wish to
Do
speak?
you need to put a date on that first?
It was in the last meeting,
Yeah.
councillors, pretty
It's in the report.
From the end date.
Why don't you just say an extra 3 months?
31st of March, isn't it?
so
31st of March 2021 now. Extending it to June. So extended for a further 3 months.
Read that out again.
if you're happy just to say for the additional time from the 31st of March to the 11th, noting that the council has previously authorised.
Extension to extend the project for the additional time from the 31st of March 2020 to 11th of June 2021, noting that the council has previously authorised.
So it should be 31st of March 2021. Sorry.
Oh, okay. 31st of March 2021 to the 11th of June 2021, noting that the council has previously
Authorised up to the 31st of March 2021.
up to the 31st of March 2021.
And we're just, the department suggested to us that we might want to do that next year.
Okay, seconder, happy with that? Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
No, it's actually 3.
3. The level of support.
What page number is that?
24.
Late closed. Late
Yeah, we did move that.
LC 3.
Oh,
Sorry, white papers, you know, I've got the issue, they might things that are more important, these are the things.
what page in the pink, please?
21 on the late. 21 on the late as well.
Do we need to amend them? Because we said it's
I'll move that we deal with agenda item LC3 next, because it's contrary to what was moved earlier.
Well, do you want to move that LC3 is LC4, because, or is it a different one?
It's in the white there it started LC2 instead of LC1, that's what's through there.
Yeah, right. Okay, all those in favour of dealing with LC3?
We need a second to change.
I'll second.
Okay, sorry, seconder, councillor Birkin. All those in favour? 9-0.
Letter of support for proposed data centre enrolment.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, we actually did move LC4, didn't we? We can deal with that next. But we're on LC3 at the moment. So, do we have a mover? Councillor Birkin.
I believe that one council required a letter of support to Connected Farms Proprietary Limited for its application to the Commonwealth Government's Regional Connectivity Program to establish a node in Rome, and 2, council authorised the mayor to sign.
We have a seconder, Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
Just Councillor Birkin, I just think it would be very good to authorise the mayor to sign the letter that Councillor King just to sign the letter.
Get the letter.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Edwards, you happy with that? Okay, no opposition, no one wishes to speak. We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Well then, thank you. Then we have to move on to LC4 because we've moved that. Next. LC4, offer of sale at the cinema to council.
Just a council meeting one, Mr. Mayor, for clarity. In the agenda, there's the reason for coming to close. It had for budget. It needs to be the one to do with negotiations.
I've got it.
You've got
Do you just want me to move that, are we closing the meeting?
Well, we have to do conflicts first.
Before we started, we just need to note that the reason is that first, not budget.
Is that in LC4? Is it?
Yeah, so it's been changed in the late, but not in the open. Can you read out, sorry,
Do you just want me to read out what you've written next to it?
the reasons, which is the two.
Yep, yes, and then what's written.
I think it's I.
In accordance with provisions, is that what you'd like me to read?
No.
Yeah, the bottom.
Sorry, I'm just having trouble going on.
Did you?
Yeah, so Kelly, can you just note that the reason is 254J3G, not budget, which G is negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government, which public discussion will be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. So that gives you the ability to council to go into close if you so choose, but it needs to be issued. Thank you.
Okay, so LC4 offer of sale of cinema to council. I'd like to move that, number one, I have a declarable, by Tyson Golder, have a declarable conflict of interest. I informed the meeting that I, Tyson Golder, have a declarable conflict of interest in LC4, offer of sale of the cinema to council as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because the commercial property owner permitted my election signs to be placed on the CBD commercial property, the subject of this report during the recently concluded council election campaign. It was brought up by a councillor that it may be a conflict because signs were erected on the outdoor dining structures of Cinema Roma, which was adjacent to the early polling office. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias because the signs were not there for the whole election campaign, and the signs were only put there as this was next to an early polling centre. They were removed by direction from the ECQ with changes to proximity of signs to the early polling site on the 27th of March 2020. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine pursuant to section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009 whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, or I must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
I've got a question before we go any further. I think we were told something. How do we go about, everyone declare their interest now, or?
Yes.
You've got to declare what about next?
Well, no, we need to deal with.
No, you just
No, that's fine, that's why I
acknowledge that they can't decide on the other's conflict.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, something to the eligible councillors. The only eligible councillors in the room would be everyone bar
Councillor Everton to use the microphone, please.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think we can go independently of each other because the people who aren't declaring declarable interest basically the eligible councillors would be those people who are going to actually vote on that. So the people who are declaring will just sit here. But we can do each one independently, I think, because of that. So the councillors, apart from us, or apart from me and the other councillors who are declaring the declarable interest, they will, those are the ones that will vote on that.
Yeah, but maybe, Councillor O'Neill, you understand everyone's got to declare first to make sure, rather than just think that we know who's going to declare.
Well, I don't know. The other councillors might know who's declaring what.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I thought the issue was we were all going, the matter was we were all going to declare one after another.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure, I'm fairly sure that we're going to have to do that and deal with each one as it comes. But anyway, that's just my...
Well, I don't know, I'd be happy to be corrected, but I think everyone that's got conflict should declare, and then whoever's left decides. Okay, well, you understand that? Is that how you understand it, Councillor O'Neill?
That is the process, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so who's next? Councillor Guthrie.
Okay, I would like to inform this meeting that I, Councillor Julie Guthrie, have a declarable conflict of interest in LC4 off-sale cinema to council as defined in section 150E of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because the commercial property owner permitted my election signs to be placed on the CBD commercial property, the subject of this report during the recently concluded council election campaign. I do not have any relationship with the owner or his wife of this particular business. I wish to participate in the decision. In relation to that, I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in a decision about the matter, including my vote on the matter, or must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Okay, Councillor Edwards. Ladbrook, sorry.
Thank you. I counsel inform this meeting that I have declared a conflict of interest in LC4 offer of sale of cinema to council as defined in section 150E of the Local Government Act 2009. This is subject to this report during the recently concluded council election campaign. It was brought up by a councillor that may be a conflict, because signs were erected on the outdoor dining structures of the cinema, which was adjacent to the early polling office. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a responsible person would have a perception of bias because the signs were not there for the whole election campaign, and the signs were only put there as this was the next to early polling. They were removed by directions from the ECQ with changes to approximately Committee. Of signs in the early polling site on the 27th of March 2020. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter, and I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine same to section 150 of the Local Government Act 2009, where I may participate in this decision about this matter, including by voting on this matter, or must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public to stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on this matter.
Okay. Councillor Burkett.
I, Councillor Burkett, informed this meeting over a declarable conflict of interest in LC4 as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. Nature of my interest is as follows. Commercial property owner permitted by election signs to be placed on the CBD commercial property, subject to this report during the recently concluded council election campaign. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge the eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, or must leave the meeting, including any areas set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Okay. Councillor Edwards.
I'm informed in that meeting that I have a clerical conflict of interest in LC4, as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is the commercial property owners permitted my election signs to be placed on the CBD commercial property. The subject of this report during the recently concluded council election campaign. I wish to participate in the decision to this matter because of the following reasons. I understand the commercial property owners permitted the unity maintain, not me personally, to be placed on the CBD commercial property. The subject of this report during the recently concluded council election campaign. I did not have anything personally to do with the owners on this matter. I did not organise the signage on the building or physically put it up. I did not realise that the owner would sell the building to the council at that point, and that placing the signs would cause a conflict. I did not publicly speak about the cinema during the election campaign. The reasons I suspect the signs were put there was that the site was considered a good site that was next door to the pre-election premises. The councillor candidates had placed their signage on around the premises. The signs would not have been at the premises very long. As they were taken down at approximately 10:52 AM on the 27th of March 2020, the date of the election was the 28th of March 2020, and the date on the photo of the line will prove the date it was taken. I'm not biased towards buying the building because the owners of the premises allowed our signs there and were paid based on what I perceive to be community expectation, amongst other things. I don't believe there was a relationship between myself and the owners. I don't believe there's any value placed on the location of the signs, as there may be a Brisbane CBT location due to it being run for the time. I wish that this I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including the voting on the matter, or must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Okay, is there any other conflicts? Okay, well, we'll deal with we'll deal with my conflict first, I suppose. Then we'll just go through that. Okay, so there's 4 councillors that are eligible to vote on this, so everyone understands. Okay, so it's up to someone what they do.
In this case, we can't vote, we need to call the vote, or I have to take over now.
Oh, that's a really good point.
Because he can't be involved at this point.
So is that a good point?
Well, I
So I leave the room now, or just?
just like, well, that's my opinion, I'm not.
Yeah, no, that's good, so
That can't work because the deputy mayor only takes over from the mayor, and the mayor's not in the room.
But the mayor eligible to call the vote.
The mayor's not over, but he's still chairing the meeting.
As he would when he did his conflict before, he's still,
Well, whatever you think.
yeah, it was a strong.
I'm happy to like.
And 3 minutes.
My understanding is the eligible councillors now participate in whatever it is we're doing and make a decision.
Yeah.
But this is on the conflicts, so
Sorry,
that's what.
on the conflicts.
Yeah.
On the clerical conflicts, they're the eligible councillors in the room.
So we've got 4 people.
We're not. That's
Okay, so the 4 councillors wish to move anything.
So do we do it in one? That's why I asked the question, who calls the vote? Someone to call the vote.
so I'll have to chair.
That's not the question. The question was asked, and the mayor continued to chair the meeting. Someone's got to chair the meeting. And if you leave the room, that's Councillor McMullen. But you've got to deal with the matter if we leave the room. Yeah. Or stay in the room, which is.
The eligible councillors at the meeting must, by resolution, decide.
On the conflicts, decide.
Sorry. Let me go back a step.
Well,
But can you call it, but you just can't vote
the
on
vote
it?
is on the conflict, not on the item number.
We can't vote.
No. But I'm not calling for anything, I'm just waiting for someone to say something. Yeah.
Resolutions. We're just waiting.
Lost a couple of councillors.
Oh, sorry, I left the room for a minute.
The problem, Mayor, we now face is that we have a resolution that has a hard close at 10:35 for this, 10:30 for this meeting.
We must do the budget.
It's now 10:31.
Can we move an extra extension for any time?
That would have to rescind, you'd have to rescind that motion.
We went all the later.
Well, the other thing is, do we move to continue tomorrow?
So what are you waiting? We need a decision on voting.
We're just waiting for Mark to sit back down.
Best place to council.
I think councillors like me thought we could have a go to talk because we didn't think we had
No,
the.
can't participate.
Yeah,
But you're not, you have to be You're not officially being voted out of the room yet.
I thought that's what the term I went to say was time finish. Sorry for my ignorance.
Yeah,
Why? This is.
nobody, because it's uncharted waters, isn't it?
Well, council evidence is left the meeting just like if anyone else would, so you could continue with that.
I think I can't.
So my question is, are we going into this now, or are we okay with it as actually?
We close the meeting because it's after 10:30.
Well, we have to get back to the people on that.
We have to read it out once again tomorrow, go through it again.
No, we can just adjourn the meeting.
Well, what about I've got to say, we can't just pull on a meeting tomorrow.
But if we're both
It's
continuing
probably,
the
it's probably the same issue that we had at Mitchell, it's not like we haven't been here before, is that it's an ordinary meeting, we need to have the time that all councillors can attend, and if that's not practical in the morning, then it would need to be another time.
But is everyone here for the consultation tomorrow, or some people are not?
That's a 9:30 start tomorrow.
We've got a couple of hours break in between.
Yeah, that's
So we can do the break in between the morning and the afternoon session, if you're in town. Is everyone available between the middle of the day?
Yeah, we finished the matter on. That's what we did last week, we're just making
But
a
it was
point.
only for, it sort of slipped past, I think it was about 10 minutes or so, wasn't it? We haven't got past the conflicts yet, that's the
No, that's it.
problem.
The conflicts have got to be done individually, haven't they?
What's the rules? What's the rules?
We're going to get drunk and go fast.
15 minutes, right?
So what do you think, Councillor O'Neill, do you think keep going?
Deal with the item, then it's done.
Right,
Okay.
okay.
So I move the eligible councillors at the meeting must by resolution decide that councillor Golden must not participate in the decision and must leave the place in which the meeting is being held, including any areas set aside for the public, and stay away from the place while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
You need to put that.
Yeah, okay, so you don't need,
Well, maybe there needs to be a second.
do you need a seconder for that? So we have a seconder, Councillor Taylor. All those in favour?
You have no council.
Yeah, all those in favour, 4-0. Okay, I'll leave the meeting. Deputy Mayor, if you can take over.
Yeah, I think you've got it, yeah, that's right.
So we do the lot.
Yeah.
Okay, who was next to declare?
I'll move that. Councillor Guthrie must leave the place at which the meeting is being held, including any areas set aside for the public, and stay away from the place while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
We have a seconder?
Sorry, can I just clarify? Is that got the wording must not participate in the decision, so just so we've got. Sorry, can you just clarify it again? Because I think it was slightly different to council.
I beg your pardon, sorry. Yes, I believe that Councillor Guthrie must not participate in the decision, must leave the place at which the meeting is being held, including any area that set aside for the public, and stay away from the place where the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Okay, seconder happy with that? All those in favour? 4-0. Okay, the next conflict, please. Councillor Ladbrokes. We'll be dealing with now. Do we have a mover?
Oh, it's on the screen. Councillor Schmuller, there's an option on the screen.
Oh, it's got me second.
Kelly, it's not.
It's not
I've got to read this out.
I've just got the act up.
Let's start there. I move the council who have Ladbrokes not participate in the decision and must leave the place at which this meeting was held, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the place while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter. We're making a mistake here, we should be naming the relevant councillors,
I don't know, that's only doing research.
Oh, okay.
Just,
Well, it's highlighted in red. Thank you.
just tried to find the section that.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hancock. All those in favour? 4-0. Okay, the next conflict. Councillor Burkett.
Just Councillor Berger, has not participated in the decision and will leave the place at which the meeting is being held, including any areas.
Councillor Taylor, could you just use the microphone, please?
Councillor Burkett must not participate in the decision and must leave the place at which the meeting is being held, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the place while eligible councillors discuss and vote on.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor O'Neill. All those in favour? 4-0.
Have the same people read the same thing out.
Well, they can if they want to. Okay, the next conflict is Councillor Edwards. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that Councillor Edwards must not participate in the decision and must leave the place in which the meeting is being held, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the place where eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor McMillan. All those in favour? 4-0. Okay, I'll leave the room.
It's been on all the time. Should have been on all the time.
Do we move to go into close now?
So we don't have a quorum now.
Yes, the four people enough to make a quorum. I understand.
5 people are quorum.
No, but under the legislation, doesn't it say that the remaining people can make a decision?
No. 5 people have left the room, so now there's 4 of us here. We now don't have a quorum for a council.
fall under this act though for this, it said that the
It's not my reading of the act.
not the act, but this, because of this conflicts part, not the standard act. There's something in there I thought, maybe see how that we discussed it, that a majority of the remaining councillors.
So it says, under decisions of eligible councillors, a decision by eligible councillors may be made under particular sections, other than in relation to a matter mentioned in another section, even if A, the number of eligible councillors is less than a majority, right? So we've just made the decision we can, or the eligible councillors do not form a quorum for the meeting. The councillor who is subject to the decision, procedure if no quorum for deciding the matter because of prescribed conflicts of interest or declarable conflicts of interest. The section applies in relation to a meeting if A, a matter in which one or more councillors have a prescribed conflict of interest or declarable conflict of interest is to be decided in the meeting, and B, there is less than a quorum remaining at the meeting after all of the councillors mentioned in paragraph A, which is the ones that I've just left, leave and stay away from the place where the meeting's being held. So the section is 150 EU, procedure if no quorum for deciding matter because of prescribed conflicts of interest or declarable conflicts of interest.
Did you just read out one?
I read out one, yes.
Yeah, you. Says that you can decide things by resolution.
Sorry, can you just say when you can?
Section 150 EU is the procedure in which no quorum for deciding matter because of prescribed conflicts of interest or declarable conflicts of interest. One, the section applies in relation to a meeting if a matter in which one or more councillors, so we have that, have a declarable conflict of interest is to be decided at the meeting. So we've had 5 people with a declarable conflict of interest, we've made that decision. B, there is less than a quorum remaining where the councillors remain at the meeting after any of the councillors mentioned in paragraph A, which are the declarable councillors, leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held. Our option now, acting chair, is, from my reading of this, all councillors have to come back into the room, and then we are just to decide the next steps, and we have 3 options.
When there's less than a quorum, it says in section 2, the local government must do one of the following: delegate deciding the matter under section 257.
Yep. Or decide by resolution to defer the matter, or decide by resolution not to decide the matter and take no further action in relation to the matter.
That's what the 4 of us left in the room.
No, my reading of this is the local government is all 9 of us.
I'm sure when they went through that thing on the the training thing, they said, look, you can use the quorum, what's left, like the majority
Yeah, and I thought the same, that under the standing orders that have come out, that's fine, the standing orders.
So we have three options, is it?
That is correct. So, section 6 of the model meeting procedures that came out after the change says, I'll read it to you. When there's a loss of quorum, in the event where one or more councillors leave a meeting due to a prescribed or declarable conflict of interest in matter that results in loss of quorum for deciding a matter, the council must resolve to do those three things that we just discussed. And then it says, all councillors, including the conflicted councillors, may participate in deciding or deciding the matter.
Oh, okay.
May participate in deciding the matter.
How do we resolve that? The main.
Well, you'd refer back to the Act where it says the next step now is that the local government must do one of the following. That implies local government is all owners.
All councillors, including the councillors, may participate in deciding to delegate or defer.
So should we decide what we want to do before we get in the room?
Or it's to decide by resolution not to decide the matter and take no further action in the matter. So because by deferring the matter, you're just delaying the same conflict to the next meeting.
It's not achieving anything because we're still going to be in the same spot.
The other option is to decide by resolution not to decide the matter and take no further action in relation to the matter.
Which means it just dies.
Next time.
After the training the other week, I was quite confident you said you can do it. Even if you had less than a normal quorum, not for the forever ended.
Councillor McMillan, I thought the same until I read the Act in concert with the model meeting procedures. And the model meeting procedures, as I said before, says all councillors, including the conflicted councillors, may participate. So when you go back to the Act and it says the local government, that's all of us.
They still don't get to vote.
You get to vote in that matter. They get to vote in that matter.
Why they would say that they made it fairly clear on the training.
a state say that it's everyone, and the Act says that it's the local government, and we're defined as the local government.
I suppose we'll just call it back in. Well, I defer the matter to a later meeting, so we get some legal advice. It's pretty, what's the word that they tell you in the training, you do one thing and then now we're doing we can't. In that training, I was quite confident. They said you can get the majority, if you're less than quorum, then the majority can still vote on that matter, just on that matter.
That what matter?
Well, our situation,
the matter that's before us in terms of the substantive matter, i.e. the matter that's here is about the purchasing of the cinema.
Yeah, right.
So that would be in direct contradiction to what the Act says. Once there's no quorum, and there is no quorum, the local government must do one of three things: delegate, decide to defer to a later meeting, which
what I'm saying is that's contrary to what we were told in the training.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the training was about if we don't have a quorum, can we still decide who stays and goes? Was it because in the past we were between a rock and a hard place because we couldn't even go that extra step, whereas now we can.
Yes. The quorum is about the fact that there was only 4 of us eligible to vote therefore. That was that. But this is about that is what I recall in the training as well.
And it's quite, Councillor McMullen, it seems to me in the reading of this, it's quite systematic. Well, we've got to the point where is there a quorum? No, there's not. What does the Act say when there's no quorum? And it's got procedure if no quorum for deciding that because of declarable conflict of interest or prescribed conflict of interest. We're at that point. So it said the section applies in relation to the meeting if a matter in which one or more councillors prescribed conflict of interest or declarable. Well, yes, that's right. B, there is less than a quorum remaining at the meeting after any of the councillors mentioned in paragraph A leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held. That's happened. We're at that point. We don't have quorum because 5 people have left because of a declarable conflict of interest. Section 2 says the local government must do one of the following. Then, if you read that on its own, you'd say, well, the local government must just be the forums. But then when you read the model meeting procedures that the department has sent us, it says that even the councillors that have declared are eligible to come back in and may participate on the next step. And the next step is 3 options.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
I do think it makes sense to me now, and it's coming back that Madam CEO has gone to a Councillor McMullen where it was the fact that there was only, we didn't have a quorum to vote on whether they even had conflict or not. So that's when we could vote on that. That was because that was a stalemate right there. This is the next step now that we've decided.
I think that was what caused the stalemate pre-12th of October.
Yeah.
Post-12, we could at least get to the past go.
Yeah.
So if when they come back in, suggest or they can vote on
any of those 3 options.
And I'm happy to move an option. So when the mayor chairs the meeting.
yeah, when they come back in, yeah.
What's the 350?
Delegate, defer, or decide not to decide the matter and take no further action in relation to the matter.
Which means you can't revisit.
I'll call back in and we do it.
Yeah.
We can adjourn the meeting.
And because there was no quorum left, with 4 of us, we can't make a decision, and therefore it triggers a particular part of the Act which allows the councillors that had a conflict to come back into the meeting, and now we need to decide as to what to do, and I have a resolution to move.
So who's voting on this next resolution?
All 9 of us vote on the next part of the resolution.
Everyone else. All right. Oh, delegate or defer. Okay, please go ahead. So it's just for councillors' benefit. This is not deciding about the cinema. This is actually delegating or deferring.
Well, Mr. Mayor.
Just so that people understand.
More to it than that.
Yeah. So I'll.
Right, okay, please go ahead.
I'm going to move that council not decide the matter and take no further action in relation to the matter.
Where's that leave us?
So, sorry, Councillor O'Neill. 11.2 says all councillors, including may participate in deciding to delegate or defer.
So 150 EU 2. C.
Yeah, it's just slightly inconsistent with the standing orders, did you notice?
But the Act supersedes.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So Mayor, I moved the resolution.
So can I ask a question? So what does that mean in the end? There's nothing happening forever, does it? It'll be voted. So, do you have a second to that motion?
I just say, I don't understand why I'm voting on it.
Well, that's important that
I
you do
don't
understand.
understand what this means.
Okay, CEO, could you help us with
I
that?
don't understand what I'm actually considering.
There's 3 options when this is to the point of where we're at now. To delegate, to decide to defer the matter to a later meeting, well, that's redundant. Let's get going around. Or decide by resolution not to decide the matter and take no further action in relation to the matter. And that's what I've moved. And it was, you saw, it was Councillor Taylor second.
And what's the other?
So we have a normal debate, we can debate for and against for this one?
That's it.
You can't debate for and against this motion.
To be honest with you, Amanda, it's the whole package. When you look at one part and then very hard to follow, so I'm not going to commit either way, or give you now.
So you can't debate, so you just put it.
I don't know, it doesn't allow, it seems very procedural to me because it's prescribed what we need to do.
Local government must do one of the following: delegate, defer, or take no further action. So councillor,
Delegate, defer, or take
Delegate.
further action.
yeah.
Three options.
And who do we delegate to? Well, under the Act, yourself. Okay, right, so, yeah. Yeah, we're open.
What's that?
We're open.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion not to decide the matter and take no further action in relation to the matter. And we have a seconder and a mover. Okay, no one, so you don't believe we can speak to the motion?
No, I didn't say that.
What do you think, CEO? Can this be debated, or is it to go straight to the vote?
It's uncharted.
So can I, Mayor, again, just in relation to this, the council not to the matter and take no further action in relation to the matter, relating to the section 150 EU 2C of the Local Government Act.
Well, do we need to lay it on the table to get more information about whether we can debate it or not? Or what are you happy to do as a group?
We've got a live resolution. We've got a move and second.
We have, but we have laid things on the table with the live resolution.
So if we vote on that, it's finished, can't be brought up again.
If it gets up.
If it got up, we can't vote on this again.
So,
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's right. There's no further action, basically.
No.
so excuse me, so if it goes the other way, where are we at then?
Well, then you have to look at the other two options.
Or we lay it on the table again?
Conference will still stand. Conference will still stand. If it comes back, the conference will still stand. So just go round and round.
I think I just think it's a normal sort of thing that we come across, and basically if we take a name, wouldn't we seek legal advice? I mean, hasn't it got to be solved about that?
Because aren't we sort of guessing?
Because we don't know.
Yeah, so the section actually specifies procedure if no quorum for deciding matter because of prescribed conflict of interest or declarable conflict of interest. So section 1, as Councillor Reynolds pointed out, has been met, so we've got less than a quorum. And then point 2, the local government must do one of the following, A, B and C. So it's delegate, defer, or not decide the matter and take no further action.
So what's in it for? Aren't there rules in?
That's what I thought.
Aren't there rules under the Act where you can make a quorum?
That's what I thought.
So that, again, Councillor O'Neill read out the standing orders. 11.2 says all councillors, including the conflicted councillors, may participate in deciding to delegate or defer a matter.
That's the standard.
Yeah, which is in partnership with the Act.
We haven't changed the standard.
No.
So,
Oh, the quorum is fine.
I just thought there was some way under this Act that you could.
So we talked about it, and in the past we had issues because we couldn't decide who stayed and went because we felt the local quorum issue. So that bit has been resolved. But then we're still in a predicament because after all is said and done, then you don't have a quorum to make a decision. So that there's a step.
I thought maybe you said you have to
Yeah, that's one of the options that discussing that up.
It could be done, no.
Yes,
To
so-
create a quorum.
No.
Okay, right, so everyone understands there's three options in the Act. This is what has been put forward. We're going to deal with this first. And are we happy not to debate it, or just go to the vote? Is that what everyone's happy with?
Well, I don't understand.
The summary is that, as Councillor Hancock said, that it's no use deferring it because we'll find ourselves in the same position. So it really comes down to delegate to me or take no further action in relation as what Councillor Owen has moved. Not decide the matter and take no further action in relation to the matter relating to that particular section. So they're really two options.
So can I just say, and this is just somebody who knows very little about this, if this doesn't get up, we're in a no-win situation really because of the fact that we don't have any vote. Is that correct?
That's right.
So this either gets a proposal that then gets endorsed, which still says we go back to the other two options, which means that we then have got no action there because we're on delegate to you. So it's really a no.
So deferred.
Really deferred.
We get legal advice. Not having to go here. From what they told us, video today.
It's just the first part.
So,
And the idea in the past, there were issues about when you had to go to the minister, etc. So this enables that delegation to be done at a local level, or not decide as
When you say we can delegate, can we delegate
To the CEO.
To the CEO.
just to the CEO?
Just to the CEO.
What about this?
sorry, Councillor.
No, I just thought maybe the four, instead of, the four people.
But Councillor Guthrie, if this is not supported, then council could decide to delegate to the CEO. So there is actually.
Or defer.
Or defer, so there's two other options as well as this.
Further legal advice.
So just so we're clear, it was deferred, it's 11:09 at night. The legal advice, the question will be, can you define in section 150 EU2 the definition of local government? And they're either going to define that it is the 9 people that are sitting back in here, which is in support of the spirit in which the Act has then gone on to the standing orders, or they're going to say the local government is defined by whomever is left, and that will be the 4 of us. That would be the breadth of the legal advice that will come back.
And it's going to be that all councillors, including the conflicted councillors, may participate in deciding to delegate or defer.
Or, as I've heard,
or take no further action.
Okay, so we've got a motion. Is everyone happy that we're going to put this to the vote? All those in favour of this motion? All those against? Lost 3-6. Does someone have one of the other two options they'd like to move?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that council defer this matter until the next ordinary meeting to give us time to seek legal advice.
Councillor McMullen, because of the time frame asked, would you have any appetite to put it on the off week? We deal with it a special meeting on the off week? Or would you curious to deal with it?
when's the time? Is there,
Well, it's sort of a time limit, it's sort of last meeting, so. Getting legal.
Pretty confident.
yeah,
That it's going to
I think they
increase.
need to be made aware that if it is correct, where they misled people. Because they completely saying, I remember saying, you know, the way they put it up, that you didn't have to, you didn't pour them with the people that believe. Anyway, Okay.
Do you want to do it between tomorrow?
I wouldn't give us time. Oh,
That's almost like that'll be illegal, Washington.
So you should be happy to make it till tomorrow after the board structure briefing,
In between,
Yeah, in between.
after the first meeting. Councillor McMullen?
well, yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, you're happy with get the time, get the notice and the time, see you?
I had asked the question, so I'm really confident that.
But it might be an opportunity to deal with it tomorrow anyway.
But does that rule out any councillors not being available for that?
in the middle of the day.
We should be all eight months,
So sorry, just so I'm clear, through your chair, Madam CEO, did you just say that you've already sought some preliminary legal advice around this?
Yes.
And
It was about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
That's why I'm feeling fairly confident that. But if you want to have that question answered, Councillor McMahon, my question to the remaining councillors, if it was to move to tomorrow morning, does that create any issues for anyone? Because, sorry, I don't know. Sorry, Neil.
oh, yeah, it's fine.
No, I don't.
In between, you mean?
So,
Yeah,
because when we finished at Mitchell, we asked the question because we didn't want to rule out, because it's an ordinary meeting. Was that going to be complicated for a councillor not to be in attendance? So I just wanted to make sure that that's, everyone can be there.
Just for this matter.
Just
Yes.
for this
Yeah.
matter. Yes. And my question to you, Madam CEO, is we have a huge day on tomorrow and commitments at it's 11:15 tonight, getting to midnight. Can you actually get the information? Can you actually
It'll be really quick because, as I said, I've had a preliminary conversation already. It's just really to satisfy Councillor McMullen's residual concern or that will allow us to go back to the training material, just cross-check that with legal just to be very sure, so he has peace of mind.
and then we'll go through all this again with conflicts and go.
We just adjourn rather than ending the meeting.
We're back to where we are now. So are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Righto, matter to adjourn till tomorrow.
Do we need a second for that?
Yes, you do.
Can I let a second?
Yeah.
I'll second.
Adjourn the meeting until
What are the hours tomorrow?
after the board structure briefing with the staff.
First session.
First session. So yeah, Kel, could we put, do we need a time in there, CEO? Or just after?
Could we say 12, because the other session is 9:32.
We're running the rules here. You had it before as sort of three options. Councillor McMullen needs to move, if this is what he's doing, to lay the matter on the table.
Yeah, we're adjourning the meeting.
I've already moved.
Not what I can see up here.
Oh, okay.
A councillor can't move to adjourn a meeting, that's the mayor. So, Councillor McMullen, you're moving that this matter
Deferred. Just be deferred, yeah. Yeah.
To a later meeting.
To a later meeting, okay. So is that tomorrow then?
I'm not sure, I'm just saying, you've
We've got three options.
It's not a later meeting, because if we're adjourning, it's still this meeting.
Okay.
So, but with all due respect, there are three options that we have to deal with here.
But aren't we not finishing today, but we haven't, we just,
It was council, you're saying I can't adjourn the meeting.
no.
So I've got to rescind that motion.
I don't see why councillor McMullen has to move anything.
But he has moved it. He moved it, and moved the second version, councillor.
Written move
We wanted to
to
adjourn.
the next ordinary meeting. Well, I said in council voted for second, but we didn't take it.
I would have thought, both of them happy to withdraw that,
Yeah.
I'm happy to withdraw it,
adjourn.
we haven't voted.
We all know where we're at,
Yeah.
and then we're not muddying the waters with the three. Because now we're down to two. And so really tomorrow is about one or the other.
Okay, is that enough motion, council?
No, Madam Chair, I don't think so, because we're just deferring. Oh, we're not deferring.
No.
That's what I'm
Okay,
saying. Let's not muddy the water by going with one of the three, because it says the local government can do one of those things. I don't think I don't think we need to have two bites at that
So
cherry.
we're withdrawn that motion, yeah.
The first one's
Right.
been there, the motion was lost. We now have decided that it's 11. We're going to adjourn, and then we'll come back fresh tomorrow. We have to adjourn to a day and time.
Yeah, adjourn, well, I move that, we adjourn the meeting until 12 p.m. on the 12th of November to seek legal advice.
Well, I think we'll just adjourn the meeting, because it's 11:18. A really good reason to,
Yeah, I agree. The council adjourn the meeting until 12th of November 2020.
now can we just. Sorry. Someone else got, standing orders, right? Just making sure that adjourning hasn't changed. What time, the second one is it?
1:30.
1:30.
Just at 9:30 we start the first session, 1:30 for the second, but it says 2 hours. That actually got a finishing time.
Yeah.
It'll be more likely to be 12:30, my suggestion.
I'm thinking maybe 12:30, just to be.
Because it could be, the first session could be a bit over 2 hours, it could be, especially with opening boxes and that, could go through.
That will stop conversation, because we're another meeting, that's.
So let's say 12.
Now we're waiting for you, CEO. Okay,
It's a sign.
okay, I'd like to adjourn the meeting.
I haven't got one councillor today.
But I think he left his own accord. Councillor, okay, council, we're going to adjourn the meeting until 12:30 p.m. on the 12th of November 2020 to deal with the matter. Okay, all those in favour? Councillor O'Neill, can you see what's up on the screen there? We're adjourn the meeting until 12:30 p.m. 12th of November to deal with the matter. All those in favour? 9-0. Thank you, councillors. Okay, I'll open the meeting at 12:43 p.m. Thank you, councillors, for your attendance. Okay, what's first that we've got to deal with?
Easiest for the minute keeper.
Because that's, yeah. LC4. Okay, LC4, offer of sale of the cinema to council.
Can we just make sure that the adjournment is shown on the website? The adjournment is shown on the website.
Yes, I will do. I haven't gone back into the so I can't do it.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can we just suspend for a moment?
Right, I will suspend the meeting for a minute or two. 12:49, we'll keep going. Okay, LC4, offer of sale of cinema to council. Do we have any, does everyone understand the legal position? There's no questions?
Yeah, so just, I guess to answer Councillor McMullen's query from last night, I've also checked with the department just so that we cover off on both aspects. So the issue is that there's two separate decisions. There's the one about the actual declarations of interest and whether people come or go based on the decision of the eligible councillors. And then the second decision is, okay, where are we at after that first decision has been made? So where ordinarily the people who would be left to make the decision are the eligible councillors. However, there is the issue that we still need a quorum. So it's the quorum issue that we got tangled up with last night.
So, am I correct? The short version is the quorum, I think as Councillor O'Neill did say last night, doesn't come into effect for actually just that first.
It's that the first bit and the second bit are two separate processes. Yeah. It's not till we've gone through the first bit that we can then decide, okay, now once all of that is said and done, where do we sit? Sorry. Where do we sit? How many have we got left around the table? And then do we have a quorum to be able to make the decision? And then that's the bit that we've got tangled up with. So there's probably only two pieces of additional information because I had a run through my head. Is there anything else that needs to be covered off before council decides? And I'm mindful that this was at 11:30 at night. So just after a few hours sleep, because it is a major decision, I just want to recap and make sure that everyone's comfortable with where we're at. The Councillor Labrook asked the question about can it be delegated to anyone else? So when we go back to that section, ordinarily people could, the council could delegate to the mayor. But in this particular case, that doesn't help us because the mayor's conflicted and he can't be part of that decision. So that that puts that bit to bed. So really, it is down to myself, well, not me as in Julie, but the Chief Executive Officer position is the person who it would get delegated to. So in the case of in the case of less than a quorum, it is three things: defer, choose to not do anything, and not progress the matter further, as we read out last night, or to delegate the decision. And then that is, as Councillor O'Neill pointed out last night, I just checked in terms of the cross-link with the standing orders, and that the standing orders are very clear that when it is below the quorum, that it's all councillors, including the conflicted councillors, who come back and decide. Now, the really important point is that it's not, you're not, when the conflicted councillors come back, you're not making a decision about the matter. You're deciding
how to deal with it.
How to progress the matter, which could include those three options that we talked about. So the only point, I guess, that I wanted to be very sure about is after reflecting overnight on what everyone said in terms of their particular declarations, I think there are two groups of people. There's the group of one, sorry, Mr. Mayor. That's
no problem. He's on his own.
It's probably not a big group, but there's the mayor in one category who was very transparent with the community. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Mr. Mayor, but you stood on a platform of you know, that you wanted to keep the cinema. That was consistent with what you'd said in the previous term. You made it a very big part of your campaign, and you publicly said, you know, and there was social media around that a vote for you is the vote for cinema. So that's sort of one group, so that category. And then from all of the declarations last night, there was another group, which a few more in number, the other four, where what you said was, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but you didn't have any part of that decision, that it was done for you, and you didn't contribute to that process or decision. So I just wanted to double check with councillors that in the clear light of day, that this is more a question not for the conflicted ones, but there is another option that I don't think anyone's necessarily thought about, is that are you happy that those 5 are treated the same, as in when you're deciding who comes and goes, is the 4 different to the 1? And last night council decided that all left. That I did ask the question, is if council wanted to review that, could it be a notice of repeal or amendment like we do any other resolution? And that option is certainly available to the eligible councillors if you felt that in daylight hours you had a different view on the 1 versus the 4, because I saw, reflecting on it, there are 2 views.
Julie, can I just make a comment through the Mayor? I believe, even though I'm one of the 4, I believe that I am no different to, I believe the 5 of us need to be treated identically, because we did stand as a group. And I think that in the eyes or in the perception of the public, to try and delineate or distinguish within those 5 who are part of Unity Maranoa is not.
I was just listening to your declarations, and the declarations seem to me to feel different from what you said, that in terms of your involvement in that process. But anyway, I'm just putting it out there, councillors, because I think that there was a view in or out. For me, there was 2 categories, and just wanted to make sure you were comfortable with that.
I've always said, we're talking about the conflict, I believe, was the fact that a group, or 5, or more than 5, but only 5 got into council, people hung their core flutes on a particular business, on a building, should say. So I said it was the conflict of interest, the fact that that's what it was all about, wasn't it? Using that
Yeah,
premises.
and that's a matter for the eligible councillors.
Yeah, that's why, and I've said all along, I didn't have a conflict of interest because my core flute, I think, wasn't on there, and I wasn't a member of the party, but only thing that was, I was put on the out of vote card, but that wasn't displayed anywhere, so.
Well,
Excuse me, Mr Mayor,
Yeah.
just through you, CEO, so are you saying that we now, the 4 that are left in the room, now re-vote whether we send them out of the room?
No. I just I would feel more comfortable just saying to you that I think there was a third option that may not have been on the table and thought about.
Okay.
Is that because it is so close that there are 4 eligible councillors, the quorum is 5, which would put the decision in a very different state than not having a quorum. Does that?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, yeah.
We only have 1 councillor in the balance here between whether a decision gets made and whether it doesn't get made. And so even if you wanted some time to think about it, eligible councillors.
What's the to repeal, amend, I can't. Rescind, thank you, Councillor Edwards. It has been a long 24 hours.
Yeah, very long.
What is that time frame?
The 5 clear days.
Clear days.
Yeah, it's no different because the thought might cross my mind is it different to any other, and I've also emailed you something, councillors, but is it different to any other repeal or amendment or anything? And the suggestion is no, it's not. That is, and I am talking to the eligible councillors here, and just mindful of fatigue and all of that sort of thing. And if I'm to provide sound and impartial advice, I just wanted to make that observation to you that I saw it. There's probably 2 categories there.
Madam CEO, are you coming in to sort of change this decision under that 150 EU? Yeah, is that one of the three things in that section 150, is it?
So as it stands at the moment, the only thing that can happen today is that you defer the matter, you delegate
or not proceed
and not continue with the matter further.
But we've already done one, haven't we?
No, we didn't vote.
So there was a motion.
But voted on
the not taking any further action, and that was lost.
So one's gone.
Yeah, we voted against that last night.
Yeah, sorry,
So, yeah.
So we weren't happy with that, so something else can come as a resolution.
Yeah, so that's gone. It's not a matter for those councillors who are
declared,
for want of a better word, ineligible. It's a matter for the eligible councillors, and I just want to make sure because that each, because it is hanging by one thread. For want of a better term, that make sure that you're comfortable with that decision.
Given this, and this has been to be respectful. Sprung on us, but because that's why we're here to rethink about it. Surely we've got to have a think about this. That the eligible councillors, and the only option is to defer this until next week, or till tomorrow. It'd have to be 5 days if there was appetite to do the rescission. But surely we've got to have some time to think about the legal advice that's been provided.
Well, sorry, I'm not providing legal.
No, sorry.
Advice.
I guess the advice though came about because of my concerns, because I had it in my mind.
It's more the governance, and I just want to make sure that because it is such a big decision for the council, that you have all of the information. And this was the one bit that was niggling at me, that I think everyone jumped to the conclusion that it was either in or out, but really councillors at 11:30 at night, who can possibly process what had just been declared, because that was the other issue last night.
Yeah.
At 11:30 at night, we had councillors declaring, and it wasn't a consistent declaration. You all chose to
skipped a few words.
maybe that's one way of putting it, or added or amended, etc. You all had your individual perspective, and really it is a big decision for the 4 eligible councillors to consider those actual declarations and decide whether you were truly in one category or not.
So
that's all I want to raise today.
Just on that, I chose the one off there because, well, one, I didn't type. I know Councillor Edwards had a different one, which was spot on. Everything was accounted for. Does that mean potentially I could be judged differently because I didn't give explanations in my defence? Sort of. Not, is that?
I think even going into last night, I sort of anticipated a consistent declaration, but it didn't end up being a consistent declaration because everyone had their, who said nuances? I think that's that's probably a good word. That even though it was Unity Team Maranoa signs, that everyone had a different perspective on that, and then the 4 eligible councillors considered those 4, but in the middle of the night.
So that could be a bit of naivety on our part, 4 new councillors, not knowing, like, should have we got together and spoken? Like, it was like uncharted territory for us.
And in hindsight, Mayor Golder, you asked the room and singled me out, which is fine, as to whether we should continue after 10:30. The correct answer I should have provided from my perspective was we should have stopped. To continue going after that, and now to be hearing what I'm hearing, to now have, I need, for me as a I need time to reflect on what's just been shared. I don't know how the other councillors feel.
Okay, yeah.
It's a big weight on Councillor McMullen, Taylor.
So based on the facts, once again, what I've given, isn't that a test of the governance? The governance part of the Act, or
which bit, sorry?
Well, the doing part of the Act about the eligible councillors.
Yes.
Must now make a decision.
Yes.
Based on what we've told them.
Yes.
Isn't that what? That's pretty clear cut, I thought.
Well, I'd just like to say something. Councillor O'Neill, I didn't single you out. You often give us advice about things, and I was
respectfully, I didn't mind you doing that.
But I was just asking you because you often give advice about things, and I was interested that everyone was on the same page and get that advice. I was generally interested.
I wasn't having a go.
No. But I would like to move, and I'll test this, and then we can test if it doesn't get up. But I'd like to move that we defer the decision on buying or not buying the cinema, not deferred, delegate that to the CEO for decision of not buying or not buying, purchasing the cinema council.
So you've just combined
you only got 3, so you can only pick one of 3.
Okay, so to delegate, the one that's what's the wording?
Section, because that's what I was going to suggest a minute ago. We really, if we no good doing B, because deferring that.
It doesn't change any of the circumstances.
It doesn't change anything. No.
And if we test this, and if it doesn't get up, then we're obviously going to have to go to another option. So I'm happy to move that.
What happened to the option of us thinking about it?
It's not going to, no, juries, what are we going to we've got we've got 3 options is all we can talk about, all we can discuss, vote on really, haven't we? Because if we pick anything else other than there, these people have to leave the room and we haven't got a quorum. So that's my understanding, the only 3 options for this resolution that the whole council can be in the room for.
Other than you defer it till next week.
Laid on the table.
I would probably not use the word defer because that's one of the decisions.
Laid on the table.
It would simply be laid on the table.
Yeah.
But my question is, what are we going to gain by laying it?
In light of what the CEO's brought up, as one of the eligible councillors, the there's been some points raised that maybe
okay.
need to have some, and I think that's what Councillor Taylor's getting at, don't you?
So you're taking into consideration what the Madam CEO said?
Well, I'm not taking it in consideration. It's been tabled. I need to mull over what's been provided.
Yeah, I'm
I
just.
thought you did that last night. You didn't do that last night.
I'm mindful that,
Well, could we adjourn till after our work press briefing and gives you time to mull over it?
Sorry, I'm going to advance in June.
came into the. You came into it thinking that the decision would be made by the 4.
That's what, exactly, that was, and I had it in, and I said it, you know,
You
like,
did,
I really thought that was correct, and that's why
I'm not sure what was in others' heads, but that was my sense last night, that you went in thinking that it would be those 4
Excuse
that
me,
make the
Kel,
decision.
delegate, not defer.
But
we can
I
change
just
that.
wondered if that would change your thinking at all, if you had time to process that.
Through-
I don't know.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Madam CEO, so for argument's sake, these guys go away and think about our individual declarations.
Yeah.
And for argument's sake, they say, oh, Councillor Edwards put up a strong case. Potentially he could come back in as a scenario to make up that one, or potentially 2 could come back in.
It's just real. It was just my observation that there were 5 differing perspectives.
I went off the run of the mill.
And I wondered whether the 4 councillors had time to consider those 5 different.
And that's what my question was before. Is it the fact that then we go through it again and we decide, do we keep 1 in so that we got 5 in the room? That was my question before.
And that's the only reason I raise it.
So is that possible?
Because it's so close. It's 4 versus 5.
Yes.
So even if there was one decision made, it's a very different decision to what.
yeah.
So we can rescind if we think about
It's not like there was
it.
2 in the room.
No.
And we would need to have a different view on 3 to get the quorum.
I'm with you
know
now.
where I'm
I
coming
didn't
from.
realise.
Can I play devil's advocate here? Potentially, the 4 in the room could potentially, just with that one decision, could ultimately rule on the whole LC4.
Yes.
Tactically, and that's not being disrespectful, that's fact. Like, potentially, say there's 3 out of the 4 or 2, that against the motion to start with before we even had this.
Well, you know that because we've had that.
But I'm just saying, so now they've got the power, because we all technically individually did a conflict of interest thing, potentially takes 3 of us out of play. 1 comes in, the vote's weighing 3-2.
The reason I raise it is that it is hanging by that one thread.
But my question is, Mayor's definitely had he said, but the 4 other councils that declared a conflict, they've declared a conflict. Now, whatever they've said there sticks. It can't be changed.
It is what it is.
Yeah, so what you're suggesting, if we go back, if we want to go back through it and
revisit it.
Yeah, scrutinise what was actually said. Yeah, okay.
Nothing
I wasn't.
No.
And nothing might change.
No, I wasn't thinking of that on that basis. The one.
But you're right, John. That's what could happen.
Well,
That's exactly what could
and I'm
happen.
not being paranoid, but that.
Well, isn't that democracy? Isn't that?
I am mindful.
Gamesmanship.
Oh, that's a bit unfair.
I mean,
what we're going to vote.
No,
it's really
I'm not
unfair.
saying it can be. I'm
But
all hypothetical.
I don't come here to play games. I take these decisions very seriously.
But the other thing is,
Councillor Burkett.
everybody in
think
this
you're jumping
room
at
knows that 3 people voted against it. You know
Yeah,
who
no,
the
I'm
3
just
are.
saying, but
That's out there.
potentially it's
So
But wait a
that's
minute,
not my
why-
fault. You have a conflict.
Why would you say mine's any different to someone else's? I mean,
Well, to be honest
what
with
you
you, I didn't
worded.
listen to you,
No,
but now I'll go read it.
well, why would anyone think, after listening to the others, that mine's any different? I mean,
Because
I just
you've
put a
said
bit-
something
Well,
different.
I just put a bit more work into it, that's all.
Yes,
I know.
yeah.
I definitely do all different. Yeah,
But
I
I
totally
think it's
agree with that.
unfair. The other people didn't know that they could put that amount of effort into it. I think it's unfair.
Anyway, this was
Councillor Guthrie.
Publicly say that there are 4. I have 3 colleagues and myself who did a declarable conflict of interest, and I don't think it is a right process to go back and look at the words used and then say, well, Julie put a lot of thought into. She didn't. A lot of thought into her words, and maybe Councillor Ladbroke or
No,
I think that all four of us need to be treated the same because of the circumstances that we've got, and either all four are in or all four are out.
But that's, sorry,
It's
I'll
my
just
perception.
pull you up there. That's not a matter for the declaring councillors. This is really probably me just because the only possible outcome here is that you not proceed at all or you delegate to me, and whatever that outcome is, you don't know.
Can I finish? Thank you. Can I finish and just say, I don't feel that it's a good process to be then looking at and distinguishing between each one of us or multiple of us. So some of us maybe, I don't think that that's fair to the other eligible councillors.
Sorry, Councillor Guthrie, you can't influence the decision about who stays and who goes.
I'm just saying I'm saying the process. I'm not influencing the decision. I'm saying the process is not fair if that's what's going to be undertaken.
Okay, well, I've got a motion on here. Do any councillors need more time till after the org structure we come back and deal with it, or do you want to deal with it now?
You've just asked a couple of councillors, they've indicated they're not here.
Yeah.
Right, okay, well, I'm happy to put, and my comment is, it feels like retrofitting the decision doesn't, to me, make good governance, I don't think. I think the decision was made last night, and we need to move on with that decision. And we're only back in the room because we've got to decide three things. And I've moved that we delegate the decision on buying or not buying the cinema to the CEO. Do we have a seconder for that decision? Councillor Edwards, is that the right wording, CEO? Does it need more detail?
Probably just read out the actual section of the Act, Mr Mayor.
Do you have it there?
Yeah, so section 150 EU, which of the Local Government Act, is the procedure of no quorum for deciding matter because of prescribed conflicts of interest or declarable conflicts of interest. So it is section 2. The local government must do one of the following, and I think you're proposing, Mr Mayor, that A, delegate deciding the matter under section 257 unless the matter cannot be delegated under that section. So you're proposing A, delegate deciding the matter under section 257, which in this particular case would be to the Chief Executive Officer.
Okay, so can you help us with the wording up there, CEO? Deciding the matter to the CEO.
That in accordance with section 150 EU. Sorry, you just need to preface this, Kelly. Can you go back to the start? That in accordance with section 150 EU of the Local Government Act 2009. Sorry, just where it's got EU, we might put in brackets 2 and A. No, sorry, 2 and small a, both in brackets individually. Yep. That the local government delegate deciding the matter under section 257. And it would be to the Chief Executive section, sorry, it's 257, to the Chief Executive Officer. And in brackets, it would be section 257(1)(b).
Do we need to put in there about whether or not to purchase the cinema, or would that be common sense because it's in the officer's recommendation?
Well, it's.
You cannot put that.
You can't put that because
That's not the decision.
it's not the decision.
Right.
You're passing it completely to me
Right.
to deal with the matter. So, which the outcome you don't know. So,
Right, okay.
That in accordance with section 152, small a, Cal, of the Local Government Act, that the, yeah, okay, that the local government delegate,
Here, are you back here?
that the local government delegate, that in accordance with section 150 EU2A of the Local Government Act, that the local government delegate
Deciding the matter.
deciding the matter to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with section 251B.
What's the 257 one?
257 is delegation of local government powers.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
And under that section, the local government may by resolution delegate a power to the mayor or the CEO, a standing committee, the chairperson, or another local government if it's a joint local government activity.
Yep.
But in this particular matter, the mayor had a declarable interest, so that rules out A. So really the only option is 257(1)(b).
Yep.
Okay, the second, are happy with that?
Yes.
Okay, any opposition to that? And does anyone wish to speak to this?
Speak against it.
Okay, okay, please go and, well, I'll speak for it. I believe a decision needs to be made for the benefit of the parties involved, and I believe under the local government this is the way to do it. So, yeah, I'm in favour of it. Okay, Councillor Hancock.
Thanks,
Like to
Mr. Mayor.
speak against it?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, due to the Unity's team's conflict of interest, council have been left without a quorum to be able to decide on the agenda item LC.4. So therefore, I don't believe that we should be passing this on to the CEO. I believe this should only be a decision of council, and I think it would be unfair to expect one person to make this decision, that it should be decided by council or decided by nobody. I think council is passing the buck, and it is unfortunate that a conflict has occurred, that the quorum cannot be met to make this decision. That is unfortunate. So whilst it might be legal to delegate it to the CEO, councillors, I actually ask you whether it's ethical. Is it ethical on a decision that should be made by councillors to delegate it and put all that onto one person to make that decision? In my personal opinion, I don't think so, and that is why I won't be supporting this.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for the motion? Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Of the same reservations that Councillor Hancock has expressed. I recognise it's unfortunate that due to actions which have been detailed last night of some in the room that were unaware that a conflict of interest has been captured because of actions of another. I recognise how unfortunate that is. I acknowledge that there are This has been a political football for a number of years in our community, and the decision that now rests before us to delegate it to the CEO continues the political nature of this particular issue. And so therefore, I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Hancock that I think this is a decision that must start and stop here, and therefore I do not support us delegating the decision-making power to the CEO.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for the motion or against the motion? Well, I'll sum up. I believe as a councillor in the local government, we need to follow the local government law and act, and it's very clear in the act. We've got options. We had another option that was put up that was not supported last night. So now I'm putting up another option, and I believe that this is very open and transparent. So on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour of the motion? All those against? Carried 6-3 if I can call for a division. Okay, we have one more we need to do in a fairly short time, if we can, please. So what is that number?
Page 12 of the
Pink light. Pink light. Confidential light. So C2, is it? Q1 2020-2021 budget review. Do we have any questions on this? Or is it by the recommendation will work, CEO?
No, so we had the earlier item last night to do with the community Christmas celebrations, just that bit on there, and we wanted to reflect that into the budget amendments. So 13.2, that council, could I make the suggestion, councillors, that council approve the Q1 budget amendments as shown in the report attachments, with the addition of the transfer foreshadowed as part of item 13.2 of the agenda. And then the revised financial statements for Q1 2020-21 budget amendments as shown in the report's attachments be adopted with the inclusion of the transfer between salaries and wages and materials and services as foreshadowed as part of item 13.2 of the agenda. It's really, councillors, just a switch between two line items. Yep. So when council made that earlier decision, they were confident. You were all confident that the money was provided for. This is just tidying up the budget, and we had the ability to do that because it was in the same meeting.
So is it right for someone to move?
Yes.
Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council approve the Q1 2020-21 budget amendments as shown in the report's attachments, with the addition of the transfer foreshadowed as part of item 13.2 of the agenda. 2, the revised financial statements for Q1 2020-21 budget amendments as shown in the report's attachments be adopted, with the inclusion of the transfer between salaries and wages and materials and services as foreshadowed as part of item 13.2 of the agenda, and be revenue policy 2020-21, revenue statement 2020-21, revised budget financial statements 2020-21 and following 2 years, revised budget financial statements 2021 and following 9 years. Revised financial sustainability ratios 2020-21. Total value of change in rates and charges, and that the documents be placed on the council website with the link shown as well on the.
Righto. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, I'll close this meeting. And
Before you do that, you need to move that all those other matters lay on the table.
right. Well, I'd like to move that all the remaining matters from the ordinary meeting of the Wednesday, 11th of November 2020 be carried over till the next ordinary meeting of council. Do we have a...
Sorry, unless something emerges as being
Yeah.
urgent, Mr Mayor.
Yeah,
because
that's
I
right.
think
Good point.
Let's not back ourselves
Yeah,
into
that's
a
it.
corner.
Unless it's categorised as urgent and needs to be dealt with at a different time.
So would you just say for a future meeting rather than an ordinary meeting? Madam
Future
CEO?
meeting, yeah, happy with that. Well, a future meeting, do we have a seconder? Did we get one for that? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. I will close the meeting at 1:29 PM. Thank you for your attendance, councillors.
You have 1 minute.